willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled, willingness to learn is a choice, but also accounting department Faculty of Economics always maximize committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting. Not also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent, growing skilled, willingness to learn is a choice, but also accounting department Faculty of Economics always maximize committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting. Not also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent, growing skilled, willingness to learn is a choice, but also accounting department Faculty of Economics always maximize committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting. Not also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent, growing skilled, willingness to learn is a choice, but also accounting department Faculty of Economics always maximize committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in the nation. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program Beacons Measure Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Surabaya State University, Professor Dr. Anang Kristianto, SOS MSI. The Honorable Dr. Haji Muhammad Hoirul Anwar, SAG MAI, as the Vice Dean for Learning, Research, Community Service, Student Affairs, and Alumni of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Surabaya State University. The Honorable Professor Dr. Susanti, SPD MSI, as the Vice Dean for Planning, Finance, Resources, General Cooperation, and Information Communication Technology of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Surabaya State University. The Honorable Dr. Rohmawati Kusumaningtyas, SAAK, MSACA, as the Coordinator of the Undergraduate Accounting Study Program, Surabaya State University. The Honorable Mr. Fermin Antonio Del Rosario Yabut, CPA Fields, PhD, and Mr. Assistant Professor Kevin Choi M. Chua, CPA, CPP, CPP, as the speakers of workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024, as well as all participants of the workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024, whom I deeply respect. Let us praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and guidance so that we can all gather here in good health. And my name is Prestika as the Master of Ceremony who will guide today's event. And next, I will read the agendas of today's event. The first is opening. Second, singing the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya and Mars Unesa. Third, welcome speech by the coordinator of the Undergraduate Accounting Study Program, Surabaya State University. Fourth, reading of the moderator's curriculum vitae. Fifth, first material presentation with reading of the first speaker curriculum vitae, first topic presentation, question and answer session, summary of the first topic, and certificate submission to the first speaker. And then the fifth is break. Seventh, second material presentation. Eighth, closing remarks by the Chief Executive of the workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024. 9, documentation session, and the last is closing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin this workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024 with the recitation of Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Next, we will sing the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Mars Unesa. Attendees are requested to position themselves in perfect posture. To the committee, please assist us. Thank you to the committee. And next, we will have a welcoming speech from the coordinator of the Undergraduate Accounting Study Program, Surabaya State University. I would like to invite Dr. Hajah Rohmawati Kusumaning Tias, SARK, NSA, CA to speak.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam Om Swastiastu. Greeting of virtue. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Respectable the Dean of FEB UNESA, Professor Dr. Anang Kristianto SOS MSc, along with the Deputy Dean. Respectable the Chairman of International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024, Ibu Intan Kurnia Permatasari SAMAK, along with the teams. Honorable our guest lectures, Fermin Antonio del Rosario Yabut CPA PhD, and Associate Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua, Registered Accountancy CPA CBP CTT. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Dear all participants, I respectfully welcome you to the International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024, organized by the Undergraduate Program of Accounting, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Your participation in this event proves our commitment to supporting the development of knowledge in economics, business, and accounting, as well as academic collaboration that focus on innovation and transformation of business to achieve the sustainable development goals that are so important for our future. The International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024's themes, perspective on sustainability disclosure, the trend of corporate reporting in an emerging market, is highly relevant to today's dynamics. Innovation and business transformation are essential to ensure that we can pursue sustainable economic growth while considering social and environmental aspects. International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024 is a significant event in sharing knowledge and creating creative thinking on how business can actively achieve sustainability goals. Through the presentation and discussion that will take place during this event, we can generate innovative ideas and solutions that can be applied in the business and academic world. I want to thank all those who have contributed to the success of this event, especially to the speaker, Fermin Antonio del Rosario Yabut, CPA Field PhD, and Associate Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua, Registered Accountancy, CPA CPP CTT, also including the organizing committee, which is led by Bu Intan Kurnia Permatasari SAMAK, participants, moderator, and sponsors who have played a significant role in making the International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024 as a highly awaited event. Once again, welcome to International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting 2024. This event will be an inspiring platform for all of us to collaborate, share, and develop ideas that will lead us to a better future. That is all, and thank you. May God protect and bless us abundantly. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam. Om Swastiastu. Greeting of virtue.
Thank you to Dr. Hajah Rohmawati Kusumaning Tias, SARK, NSA, CA for the remarks that have been delivered. And now we will proceed for the material presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Fermin Antonio del Rosario Yabut, CPA PhD, and Mr. Assistant Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua, CPA CPP CTP, and will be guided by our moderator today, Ms. Inshira Putrikadia, SAM. And before that, let me read the CV of Ms. Inshira Putrikadia, SAM. So this is the curriculum vitae of Ms. Inshira Putrikadia. She is an accounting lecturer at Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and she have made significant contributions on management accounting by publishing several articles and developing her expertise in a particular research field in carbon accounting climate-related financial disclosure, and ESG, aiming to drive sustainability activities and mitigate environmental risks. And her education background is the first from the Bachelor of Economy at Universitas Negeri Surabaya from 2009 until 2014, and at the Master of Accountancy at Airlangga University Surabaya from 2015 until 2017. She has also some working experience from accounting staff at Jilan Joya Surfcamp from 2013 until 2014, as junior auditor at Creston International KAP Dr. Andes Tansil from 2014 until 2015, as accounting staff, cost controller at PT Pakuan Jati Tbk Pakuan Group from 2015 until 2019. And now she is an accounting lecturer at Universitas Negeri Surabaya from 2019. And Ms. Insyirah also has some professional certification of ASEAN Chartered Professional Accountant and Certified Public Accountant. So that is the background and experiences of Ms. Insyirah Putri Kadia. And to Ms. Insyirah Putri Kadia, SAMA, as our moderator today, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC, for presenting me. Please let me take over from now on. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu. Good morning, everyone. Bapak, Ibu, Sir, Madam, and Mr. or Mrs. Welcome to today's workshop. I'm Insyirah Putri Kadia, and I will be the moderator of this event. Well, in this workshop, we will discuss the topics regarding the perspective of sustainability disclosure on corporate reporting in an emerging market. And in no time, we will be hearing from two expert speakers on this subject. As we all know that this day, sustainability has become global attention. Referring to UN SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, the world's crucial issues like climate change, inequality, inclusiveness, poverty, and so on are the main factors of sustainability activities, especially for the company which has a significant impact to the environment. That's why the company should be responsible for their business operation, which affect nature and also society. Furthermore, those kind of responsibility are requested to be disclosed in their corporate report, which is known as sustainability report. And in this event, we will learn about the role of accounting in sustainability issues and about the sustainability standards, sustainability report, and research opportunities in sustainability as well. Before we start, I would like to inform the participants to follow the rule during the session. Please ensure your microphones are mute during the presentation to avoid any noise. For your information, there are 2 speaker sessions at this event. If you have any question, you can drop it in the chat room, or you can raise your hand to address the question directly to the speakers in the Q&A session after the presentation has been finished. Well, without further ado, let's move to the main session. I would like to welcome Professor Fermin Antonio del Rosario Yabut, CPA PhD from the University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, and Associate Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua, CPA CTP CTT from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I apologize for the misspelling. In the first session, we will hear from Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut, who will give us an overview of the accountant's role in sustainability issues, sustainability reports, value creation, and the integration of sustainability into accounting curricula. Before we start, I would like to introduce Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut. Here is the curriculum vitae of the Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut. Okay. As we can see at the screen, Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut is a lecturer at University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, and currently he serves as the college secretary of College of Accountancy in that university. He used to be a senior associate and a quality control consultant for public accounting firms in the Philippines. And he has served as deputy director of the publishing house and the inaugural chair of the Accounting Information System program. In the undergraduate, Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut teaches assurance principle, governance, business ethics, risk management, and internal controls. And at the graduate level, he facilitates green and sustainability accounting course. For this education background, he obtained his bachelor's degree and teacher certificate from University of Santo Tomas, Philippines. He also obtained his Master of Science in Professional Accounting from Seton Hall University, New Jersey, USA, where he has been elected as a member of Beta Gamma Sigma and International Honor Society for Business. He also obtained his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Leadership Studies from the Ateneo de Manila University. His research interests include creativity, strategic leadership, and sustainability value creation. Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut also has won some awards, and scholarly works include book chapter, research paper, and other article published. He also enjoys reading and doing mindful practices, such as great hobbies. Now, I will greet our first speakers. Please join me, Professor Fermin Antonio Yabut. Hello, Professor. Professor Yabut, are you there?
Hi, good morning. I hope I'm coming in clear.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Okay, good morning. Okay, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Currently, I live around 3 kilometers from the center of the Philippines, Manila. We're experiencing some extreme weather conditions right now. So, reflecting back to our topic about sustainability and climate change, maybe climate change makes its presence more felt to us. Particularly, we're living in a quite low-lying area. So yeah, but I'm doing great. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, it's a honor to meet you.
Thank
Eventually.
you. It's also my honor as well.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me, do you mind if I address you Professor Yabut?
No,
or
you can call me Fermin.
okay, then
Okay.
I will call you Fermin. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fermin. Okay, Fermin, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes. Thank
Do
you.
you want to operate it by yourself or with the help of the committee?
Okay, I can share the slides.
Okay.
It's
you
better
want
if
to
I can
operate
just
by yourself?
control the
Okay.
slides.
Okay,
Yeah.
then it's okay.
Okay. Okay, I will just share my slides for a while. I
Yeah.
hope you can see my slides. The deck.
Wait. No, not yet. Not yet. Wait. Okay. Okay, I've been see it clearly.
Okay. I guess I can start my presentation already.
Okay, already. You can start. You may deliver your presentation in 100 minutes. If you
Yes.
don't mind. Okay, the floor is yours, Sir
Okay.
Fermin.
Thank you. Dear professors, dear program chair and the moderators. Thank you for inviting me to this, to our international workshop on sustainability accounting. It's my honor and joy to be with you right now. As I've said earlier, I live 3 kilometers from the city center of Manila. In front of me, around 500 meters, 600 meters is a river. Currently, we're experiencing some extreme weather conditions, and I think brought about by climate change. I can see the river slowly, the water level slowly rising. But don't worry, I'm living on the 33rd floor of a building, so it's manageable. Reflecting back on the topic, that's the kind of negative side. We're experiencing extreme weather conditions, but I think the positive side to it is we can do internationalization at home. We can connect with our peers across the region, across the globe through technology. Because of that, I do not need to fly, thus serving on my carbon footprint. So since, as we all know, aviation fuel is one of the key sources of greenhouse gas emissions. Um, During my presentation, I may sound passionate at times or too passionate at times, but please know that I'm not imposing. I just sound passionate. In fact, I'm just sharing our experiences, and hopefully, my hope is that we can mutually learn from each other. So again, I'm not intending to impose anything. And at the end of the day, I hope we can agree to disagree in a collegial manner, if so to speak. Um, I would say my shift to sustainability is both intentional and accidental. My first sustainability exposure was when I started and finished a course on the Global Reporting Initiative reporting back in 2018, or the GRI, one of the um, pioneer reporting frameworks that we have for sustainability. Back then, I really wanted to go beyond traditional accounting. I was planning to further pursue this career, but as we all know, 2020 happened, and we all had to manage the pandemic. This is where the accidental part happens. I started my doctoral journey during the pandemic, and little did I know that my doctoral program has a very strong sense and alignment towards sustainability. We were able to learn about the strategic side of sustainability. We were able to learn about the spiritual even side of sustainability, the economic side of sustainability, and even the ethics side of sustainability. For my dissertation, I wrote about how sustainability leaders, creative strategizing, bring about sustainability transformation using the critical realism tradition. Currently, I serve as one of the members of the technical working group for the Philippine Sustainability Reporting Committee. In the working group, we aim to assist our stakeholders as to prepare to report their sustainability governance structures, strategies, risk management frameworks, and metrics and targets. In the last 2 years, the technical working group has been focusing on preparing the Philippines for the adoption of the IFRS S1, Sustainability Standards 1, and Sustainability Standards 2. I'm also an academic leader, as we have discussed earlier. I'm the college secretary of the UST Alfredo M. Velayo College of Accountancy. As a college, we are one of the top producers of certified public accountants in the Philippines. We are also blessed to have produced some top notchers in the international certified management accounting examinations. And just recently, one of our points of joy, I guess, is some of our accounting information system graduates or students back then were able to pass the certified information system auditor's examination even prior to obtaining their bachelor's degree. So that is my context. I come from the University of Santo Tomas. I come from the College of Accountants. So if we can just walk through our learning outcomes for today. First is to reflect on the evolving role of accountants and business leaders in the sustainability landscape. Second is to identify the key features of the sustainability reporting ecosystem in the Philippines. Third is to evaluate key sustainability strategies underlying the sustainability reports of key organizations in the Philippines. And finally, to prepare action steps for us to integrate, however incrementally, in our practice, sustainability. I'm so sorry. The slides are not moving. Madam Moderator, maybe this is due to my internet connection. Maybe if the committee can just present the slide for me. I'm so sorry. Sorry, it's already moving.
Yeah, it's already moving, I think.
Okay, thank you. Just call my attention if it's not moving. I guess it's the internet connection because of the storm. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
At any
it's no
rate,
problem.
yeah.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam. At any rate, I guess the fourth learning outcome is it might come off as something strong. Action steps. Maybe take the action steps later as suggestions. Um, yeah, as suggestions. Not so much of action steps, but suggestions. And I know later when we discuss this, most of these are already integrated in your program of study. So just take some time to reflect, I guess, and maybe for us to try to identify our points of improvement, even in our case as a College of Accountants. So our discussion outline is this. We start with the accountant's evolving role in the sustainability space. Then we look at the sustainability reporting landscape and the underlying corporate strategies of Philippine corporates and a call of action later. The first topic is the accountants and business leaders' role in the sustainability space, and that role is evolving. There's always a question whether what is sustainability or sustainability studies in general. We can There are three adjectives that we usually attach to sustainability studies or sustainability science at that. First is it might be, no, based on our experiences, it might be multidisciplinary. When we say multidisciplinary, according to Kuyag Keng in 2022, this approach involves the use of various perspectives from multiple fields, multiple disciplines, side by side, characterized as being additive and not integrative. Each discipline retains the methods, their theories, and even their practices without any integration. For sustainability, for example, we can approach sustainability in multiple disciplines. For example, from the accounting perspective, from the economic perspective, which is quite different, and also from the ethics perspective, but without really a goal of integrating it. So some might say, depending on our experiences, that sustainability studies can be multidisciplinary. Another way to do it is to approach this in an interdisciplinary manner. In contrast, it focuses on the integration of insights from two or more disciplines. So from the term itself, it's now integrative. The approach is really to synthesize knowledge and methodologies from various fields. For example, if we will look at sustainability science or sustainability in general as something being enriched by the other fields other than accounting, for example, strategy. And finally, it's transdisciplinary. So from the term transdisciplinary, it transcends integration where, for example, sustainability science becomes a new discipline in itself with its own frameworks and theories and practices at that. So just a point of reflection, perhaps, how do we approach sustainability? Is it multi, interdisciplinary, or transdisciplinary? This is just a walkthrough, or I'd say revisiting of our professional development framework as accountants. As we all know, based on my understanding, the Philippines and Indonesia are both International Federation Accountants member countries. As member countries of the IFAC or the International Federation, we have committed to follow the Statement of Membership Obligations. In this case, one of the statement of membership obligations is really following the international education standards. This is just a general overview. So we have IAS 1. So this sets out the entry requirements of our students, the minimum entry requirement, who can be an aspiring professional accountants, thus ensuring a strong educational foundation. Going to IAS 2, 3, and 4, these are the content areas of the development of our students. Particularly, IAS 2 is about the technical competence. It focuses on areas such as financial accounting, management accounting, financial management even, finance and other topics related to the technical competence such as taxation, audit and assurance, business laws, and even strategy. IAS 2 is about the professional skills, which is now, I understand, more commonly called as transversal skills. This includes intellectual skills, interpersonal and communication skills, and personal and organizational skills. And finally, equally important is IAS 4 or PVEA or Professional Values, Ethics, and Attitudes. this is the area where students, aspiring professional accountants at that, need to develop professional skepticism, professional judgment, and commitment to public trust. And then we have IES 6 assessment. How do we assess learning? Can be input, output, or combination of the measures. And then IES 5, which is practical experience. The red line there is the point where the student takes a qualification exam, a licensure examination, and transitions from initial to professional development. Our professional development, as you all know, doesn't stop. We have IES 7, continuing professional development. The areas of development are still the same, but now we are deepening our technical competence, professional skills, and our values, ethics, and attitudes. So when we look at this framework, we see that our development is really lifelong. Our learning is lifelong, and we approach learning as that permanent change in attitude, permanent change in values, seen through a change in behavior of a particular student or a particular professional. So why is it important to revisit our professional development framework? Because there is a proposed revision to the IES brought about by a change in the landscape of our work as accountants. Maybe let's take 30 seconds to look at the first slide. I think this is very content heavy. Just take 30 seconds, try to read. If you can maximize your screen, my dear colleagues, try to read the items and try to identify what resonated with you, just for 30 seconds. Okay. I hope you were able to identify the things that resonate with you particularly. You may have noticed that the revision in the international education standards for accountants is really brought about by the need for accountants to take a more proactive step or to take a more proactive stance in their development, particularly for sustainability. There are four areas of revisions, I guess, for professional accountants. Let's try to walk through one by one. Our technical expertise the requirements for our technical expertise will now include our ability to apply new sustainability related reporting and assurance standards. For us to establish new ways of how to measure performance, including science-based metrics and targets. For example, if the company transitions to a strategy that involves net zero, for example, how do we measure the progress of the company towards net zero? And to apply new types of sustainability-related data and scenario analysis, which we will discuss later, to support informed decision-making. We also have to uplift or enhance our understanding of materiality, not only for audit, but this case, how do we apply materiality for sustainability reporting and our effort of identifying what we call material topics later on, and to produce high quality sustainability disclosures and information. That's for the technical side. For me, one of the crucial additions to our business acumen competencies is really the first one, to be a systems thinker. To understand the impact of global sustainability landscape on the business models and value chains of our clients. Systems thinking is a very common term, but it's also technical. So when we say systems thinking, later we will discuss what do we really mean by systems thinking. There. And then recognize connectivity of financial and sustainability risks and opportunities. As we all know, later, transition risks can be a risk if you don't do anything about it, but it can be an opportunity if you have already transitioned into a business model which is more carbon efficient. The impact of governance, risk, and performance management, and to provide management to sustainability related information for informed decision making. We also see some revisions in our behavioral competences. We are now to apply our analytical skills to a broader set of information. If before we are used to doing consolidation of accounts, later on we will also consolidate greenhouse gas emissions rather. Following a slightly similar rule for consolidation, as we understand from the financial perspective, but as I've said earlier, we are now called to apply our analytical skills to a wider range of data sets, including greenhouse gas emissions, for example. And this is quite challenging for us to analyze future scenarios. One of the requirements of most of the sustainability reporting standards is for entities to perform what we call scenario planning. Yeah. Yes. I'm looking at the comments. So yeah, scenario planning. So our ability to do that and communicate clearly and effectively with a wider range of internal and external stakeholders. And finally, ethics and professional values. Apply forthcoming revised new ethical standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. Later, we will discuss the impending, perhaps later we will mention the impending not revised, but new assurance framework, assurance standards for sustainability information. And to apply professional judgments and skepticism, not only in financial assurance, but also for sustainability related assurances. So those are the things, particular competences that the IFAC or the International Federation of Accountants have identified. They have identified 5 specific competences that we will look into. As I have mentioned earlier, primary really is systems thinking. So if we can go through the definition, it's the ability to apply knowledge of topic interconnectivity. I guess we should highlight that interconnectivity. But the goal is to really understand the various financial statements impact of sustainability metrics. For example, if one of the metrics is really measuring greenhouse gas emissions, scope 2 emission, which is purchased electricity, what's the impact in the financial statements? Since we, for example, plan to source our electricity from more renewable sources, will that affect our financial statements later? In what ways, for example? And to propose innovative solutions to associated risks. I think this is not change, but this is one of the ones that have been highlighted, rather, to develop better interpersonal skills, the ability to communicate across groups and disciplines to gain understanding of inputs to sustainability metrics. What we can gather from here is that the intention of the International Federation of Accountants is for us to really collaborate with professionals from other disciplines, such as scientists, for example, strategy experts, for example, people from engineering. So I guess interpersonal skill has been there, particularly professional skills in the current version of the IES, but they want to uplift that skill to include collaboration skills, not only within ourselves as accountants, but also to collaborate and to understand professionals from other disciplines. So for example, the scientists, the engineers, for example. And then I guess this has been something that's been uplifted, not totally new, I guess. Critical thinking and problem solving. But this time, our ability to quantify and translate non-financial data and associated risks into financial statements data. Very general, we will see how later when the future IFRS sustainability standards, particularly S3 and S4, how would that factor in? At this point, I just want to zero in systems thinking. Systems thinking was first proposed by Senji, Peter Senji, a part of the 5 disciplines. Some of the adjectives that we can glean or we can have for systems thinking is number one, interconnectedness. It emphasizes seeing the interrelationship among systems and their components rather than focusing solely on individual parts. Um, Sometimes, as accountants, we try to look for the root causes. Later, we will know for some types of problems, root causes are sufficient. The more straightforward problems, usually we will have a root cause. But for the more complex problems, the problems that we've been experiencing for quite some time already, for example, sustainability. The first mention of sustainability happened in the 1970s in the Brundtland Report, and yet we're still here trying to unpack what sustainability, the sustainability problems that we have. For problems like that, maybe we can uplift our understanding of root causes by looking at the feedback loops, the causal loops, rather than looking for a one fixed critical cause. Maybe it's really an interconnection of things, no? So interconnectivity. The second adjective for systems thinking is that we must be able to synthesize or synthesis. It understands the whole system and its parts simultaneously. So not just looking at fixating at one part, one root cause, as so to speak, but look at the larger picture. Considering the relationships and connections that shape the system dynamics. And next is that, as we have mentioned, is a feedback loop, which we will discuss in a little while. Recognizing how certain variables can feedback into one another, and then causality. Understanding that there are underlying causes and effects in the system. In essence, I'd say systems thinking helps us to understand the general picture, moving beyond isolated events and enabling a holistic view of interconnected systems. One of the more fundamental tools of systems thinking is what we see right now. This is a causal loop diagram. A causal loop diagram is a visual mapping used to represent the interrelationships, the cause and effects among various elements. It illustrates how various variables affect one another through a series of cause and effects, forming what we call feedback loops. Feedback loops can either be balancing or reinforcing. A reinforcing feedback loop, if we can look at the slide, the green part, this is an example of a reinforcing feedback loop because the effect are all, in this case, positive. This is a causal loop diagram for the phenomenon of leading a green company. So if we can just focus our attention on the green part. So first is you implement processes. You implement green practices, for example. The line here, let me just annotate the screen. The line here means that there's a time lag. For the new process implemented to translate into, as we see here, external communication, or for us to externally communicate that, there will be a time lag, no? Not just in a year, perhaps 5 years. So if you have new, better processes, you are able to communicate that to your stakeholders. Again, there's a time lag. Because you are able to communicate that to your stakeholders, your reputational capital will increase, meaning your favorable perception of your brand, for example, will increase. And then we wait for quite a number of time for that to translate into market share. And that market share will translate into benefits. And the feedback happens here because the implemented processes translate to benefits that can be monetized in monthly monetary amounts. So just that is just a simple walkthrough of how we understand some of the phenomenons that we encounter. So again, systems thinking. Second is that we have to be adaptable and flexible. These are again okay. This is again the competencies. No, these are the competencies that IFAC, or the International Federation of Accountants, suggests that we look into as we develop ourselves and also our students. We have to be adaptable and flexible. When we say adaptable, ability to apply knowledge in accounting to new types of data sets and new reporting requirements, and also to be technologically capable. I'd like to highlight adaptability and flexibility. As a former leadership student, one of my biases, we also have biases, right? One of my biases for leadership frameworks is that adaptive leadership by Heifetz. Heifetz really, according to Ronald Heifetz, an adaptive challenge differs from clear-cut technological challenge or technical challenges. For example, an example of a technical challenge that I have faced myself is that how to convert a Word document into PDF. That's a very technical challenge. For a technical challenge, as we can see, there are root causes that we can identify. Maybe the root cause is my competence. I don't know how to convert. No? Um, However, the more hard-hitting challenges that we experience, the ones we call wicked problems, are not really technical in nature, not really linear in nature. They are what we call adaptive problems or adaptive challenges. The root causes are very difficult to understand or to identify. And the root causes sometimes are not really root causes, but loops, as we've seen earlier in the causal loop diagrams. Uh, while technical issues can be solved using existing protocols, existing rules, existing tools, even adaptive challenges are systemic in nature. They require a shift in values and beliefs. Thus, if we want to become adaptive leaders, if we want to form adaptive leaders, we have to analyze and approach these challenges to find the appropriate responses involving dynamic and people-focused solutions. If we have to be adaptable and flexible, Heifetz would always say that the work of the adaptive leader is to bridge the current values of the people to their current context. To the larger context. In accounting, for example, our current value set, or at least where I come from, or personal value set is that I'm an accountant. I must do this, etc., etc. This is my identity of me as an accountant. And yet we have an impending change in our development model where sustainability is being integrated. The work of the adaptive leader is really to uplift, as Hegel would say, to uplift the current values of the followers or the stakeholders to match their current context. So that's what we mean by adaptive leadership at that. So again, those are the five, sorry, I forgot. There's another one, technological capability. The ability to analyze non-financial data and larger data sets. This is an example of the EPM, Environmental Performance Management module of Oracle. As you can see, there's already an accounting information system module for measuring scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. So it's very easy from the data because, for example, scope 2 is just really purchase electricity. When you record your accounting wise, when you record your electricity consumption or your utilities expense, for example, for the year, you can actually have a field there where you can input the number of kilowatts, or if you're a large entity, the number of megawatts that you've been consuming for the year. And then they can do the automatic conversions here. As we can see here, they also provide, or the current version of Oracle's EPM. I'm not endorsing anything. This is just an example. They can also provide comparative information like all scope 1 emissions, all scope 2 emissions, scope 1 emission driven by methane, for example, by carbon dioxide, for example. We'll have some sort of comparison, enhancing the comparability of information. Those are the revisions in the professional competencies. Everyone, I guess, comes from a notion of outcomes-based education or outcomes. I think the more granular ones are the revisions in the specific learning outcomes for each level, for each competence area. If you can revisit, there are 3 levels of performance or levels of proficiency. We have foundational, intermediate, and advanced. For foundational, it means that the student can perform the outcome with low levels of volatility, uncertainty, and complexity. If it's intermediate, our students must be able to perform these outcomes with moderate levels of volatility, uncertainty, and complexity. Meaning with moderate, meaning with not very minimal, but not so much supervision. No, the degree of independence is quite high as compared to foundational. And definitely advanced is to perform the outcomes on their own with very high levels of volatility, uncertainty, and complexity. I just highlighted the major ones. So for technical, so there are three, right? Technical competencies, professional skills, and professional values, ethics, and attitude. So for technical, particularly the area of financial accounting, disclosure, and reporting, um, by the way, the revisions are yet to be adopted as far as I know. But when they become when the revisions come in force, we expect our students to evaluate the appropriateness of policies used to prepare sustainability disclosures and reports, meaning the underlying policies that support why they report governance in this way, for example. Second is to prepare financial statements, which is the usual competence for our accountants. But at the same time, including consolidated financial statements and sustainability disclosures in accordance not only with IFRS but also other relevant standards. So we're not looking at IFRS as one only. If there are other standards, for example, GRI, if GRI is one of the preferred reporting frameworks of a particular jurisdiction, maybe we'll have to include that. And to interpret the financial statements, including sustainability disclosures, what do we mean if there is, for example, a drop in the overall greenhouse gas emissions of a company? And to look at the interconnectivities later. For management accounting, this is one of the in the conversations that we have with the chief sustainability officers, the pioneer chief sustainability officers, these are one of the areas that we actually discuss more, particularly later. No? But the expectation for our students is really for them to prepare data and to set metrics and targets as well. Metrics and targets are the language of sustainability metrics and targets. What has been highlighted is that value chain analysis, which we will discuss later, Porter's value chain analysis. There's a lot of in the sustainability standards, there's a lot of mention of value chain, business model by Osterwalder. So maybe later when we revisit the topics that we include in our courses, maybe we can revisit how have we integrated value chain and the business model canvas, for example. And finally, to evaluate performance of an organization and its business segments, products and services against metrics and targets. When we say metrics and targets here, we look at the traditional metrics and targets, looking at the balance scorecard, for example, and the metrics and targets for sustainability. Finance and financial management. We focus on number 3, analyze the current and anticipated financial performance and position of an organization using techniques including ratio, trend, and cash flow, and scenario analysis. One of the crucial requirements of the new standards, or if you use the current standard of the TCFD, is a scenario analysis. So you have to develop certain scenarios, climate scenarios that will affect your business model. These scenarios can be in-house, something that you've developed, or can be published scenarios. For example, scenarios such as increases in the average temperature. How will that affect your business model? Because as we all know, if the increase will reach the 2% mark or 1.5 degrees to 2 degrees mark, it can lead to catastrophic effects, not only to businesses, but to society as a whole. So later we will see why this is required. And next is to evaluate capital investment decisions and capital budgeting techniques, considering strategic factors. We highlight here strategic factors. One of the strategic factors is really sustainability. If we're so used to doing capital budgeting analysis, but what if 2 projects, one is more carbon intensive, one is less carbon intensive? What are investment decision analysis tools that can help our students in the future, to factor in those strategic determinants? For example, carbon intensity of the project. One of the major highlights in the difference is that there's an intermediate now for audit, which is the usual, and there's a foundational. What I want to highlight here is to describe the elements and phases involved in performing assurance engagement, but now highlighting assurance of sustainability information. So the expectation for accountants really is for them to be able to, aspiring professional accountants, to have a very good grasp of how assurance is performed for sustainability information. What I want to highlight is that right now there are in the proposal, there are two items. Assurance, which is intermediate, and assurance, which is foundational. In this case, foundational assurance is really more likely about assuring sustainability information. And then also there are some revisions for business and organizational environment. So describe an organization's business model and value chain. Again, business model, we understand this as business model canvas, for example, by Osterwalder. If you want to use another tool to analyze business model, then that's also acceptable, or that's also okay. But as we see the revisions, we're having a good grasp of what our students might need to know beyond accounting. Ability to describe the business model, ability to describe the value chain, and to analyze, again, external factors using business model, value chain, and what we've discussed earlier, systems thinking approaches such as developing causal loop diagrams, for example. Interpersonal skills, the one I want to highlight here is really working in multidisciplinary teams. We expect our students to really be able to communicate and collaborate not only within the confines of accounting, but also talking to other professionals. These are just additional revisions for the professional side, not so much about sustainability. And then there are some minor revisions, professional values, professional skepticism, and professional judgment. I want to highlight the statement made by the father, although he doesn't want to be called the father, the father of triple bottom line, or someone who coined the triple bottom line. Triple bottom line is a way to contextualize sustainability. If we hear ESG, the triple P's, planet, profit, and people, they are ways of contextualizing sustainability. Elkington once said, and I guess this is 2018, if we can read together with subsequent variants, the TBL concept has been captured and diluted by accountants and reporting consultants. Thousands of TBL reports are now produced annually. Triple bottom line ESG reports, though it's far from clear that the resulting data are being aggregated, analyzed in ways and genuinely help decision takers and policymakers to track, understand, and manage the systemic effect of human activities, not only to the environment. Why did I include the slide? Perhaps for us to highlight that it's good that we will uplift the students' technical skills, the professional skills, but there is an underlying value that we also have to look into, which we normally call the sustainability mindset. There are many versions of the sustainability mindset. What I'm familiar and what I normally use is Rymanowski's sustainability mindset. It emphasizes a holistic approach to sustainability education. According to this mindset, developing a sustainability mindset will translate into action if we are able to develop their thinking, the students' thinking, and the students' being. For the top parts, ecological worldview and systems perspective, these are the thinking side of the sustainability mindset. And then spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence are the being side of the sustainability mindset. Due to the interest of time, I will just go through. I will give you the PowerPoint slides with the references. If you want to deep dive into this, you can do it. So what's the purpose of me discussing sustainability mindset? Yes, we have to understand that there are the technical revisions and the competences of accountants, but we also have to understand that those technical revisions at some point should be anchored on some sort of deeper level value or deeper level mindset. These are for me, I take the revisions as a suggestion, not so much of suggestions, but the things that we have to consider, because we understand we have different contexts. The Philippines and the Philippine and the Indonesian context might be different. What we can do is to try to look into this and try to slowly think how we can start integrating this, however incrementally, however small. How can we start integrating this, and to prioritize which ones do we really need to integrate in our larger curricular map, rather larger curricular system. So this is developed by Rymanowski. I guess the sense of the mindset is that it's doing is an intersection of thinking and being. So there's an ecological view, This is the, I guess, the science side to sustainability, eco-literacy, and being able to identify the contribution of the student, the person, or the professional to that. There's a systems perspective, long-term thinking, both-end thinking. This is both end is very important because this is where the students are able to develop the business case for sustainability. The cyclical flow of things. If you're familiar with the circular economy by Dame Ellen MacArthur, and interconnectedness. And then there's emotional intelligence and spiritual intelligence. Sorry, I'm just in the second part. The sustainability reporting landscape in the Philippines. So this is the normal structure. My colleagues from the University of Santo Tomas, feel free to make some addendum in the chat if you wish to. But this is the simplified version of how we look at it. We have a Board of Accountancy under the Professional Regulations Commission, which is the primary regulator of the accounting profession in the Philippines. The Board of Accountancy regulates the practice. One of the community councils that assist the Board of Accountancy is the FSRSC. We're very careful to pronounce each letter because it's kind of a tongue twister. The Financial and Sustainability Reporting Standards Council. This basically helps the Board of Accountancy in establishing the gap or the generally accepted accounting principles in the Philippines, which is currently PFRS. And under that council, I'd like to recognize the Dean of our college, Professor Patricia M. Empleo, PhD, one of the members of the Philippine Sustainability Reporting Committee. Their role is to issue implementation guidance on Philippine Sustainability Disclosure Standards. So, hi, ma'am. I think Dean Pat is here with us. These are just the timelines. 1923 was the first accountancy law. We celebrated recently our centennial in 2023. I guess the more significant ones are in 2019, the first memorandum circular issued by the SEC for sustainability reporting was issued. 2022, the Financial Reporting Standards Council was renamed to Financial and Sustainability Reporting Standards Council, also creating the Philippine Sustainability Reporting Standards Committee. 2023, a pending version, this is not yet final, but a pending version of the revised sustainability reporting guidelines for the listed companies was issued. This is called the revised sustainability reporting form, or SURE form. Again, I'd like to highlight that this is still pending, subject to the release of the final memorandum circular. And in 2024, the Board of Accountancy adopted IFRS S1 and S2. So I will not discuss this because my understanding is that my colleague later in the afternoon will discuss how sustainability reports are prepared using this memorandum circular. What I want to highlight is that there is the requirement of the SEC, but the corporate reporters are also choosing to report using, for example, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, to report using integrated reports, for example. Again, in 2022, the PSRC was created. The main roles are really to issue implementation guidance for sustainability reporting, comment and exposure drafts of proposed standards. For example, if in the future we will see IFRS S3 and S4, we expect that the committee will comment on exposure drafts and comment on exposure drafts of proposed regulations. One of the regulations that sustainability related regulations that will affect corporate reporters, some of the corporate reporters, is the issuance of the EPR, the Extended Producers Responsibility Act, where some covered entities are required to take back a certain percentage of the plastic they introduce into the market. So how do we account for that? Still part of the job of the the Philippine Sustainability Reporting Standards Committee to comment on those drafts. So we have done some stakeholder consultation already. The key points raised by the stakeholders is that they really want a phased implementation of IFRS S1 and S2, and a climate-first approach is suggested. A climate-first approach is an approach where reporters will focus on reporting on material topics on climate, at least for the first year, I guess, for the transitional provision. And then later on, just try to include the other material topics, such as if Water is a material topic for the corporate report, and maybe later. Biodiversity, for example, is a material topic. Biodiversity and the related ecosystem is a material topic to the report, and maybe later. But the preference of the reporters is that Mhm. The preference of the reporter is that we just focus on the climate first approach, because it's also one of the transitional provisions provided by IFRS S1 and S2. Again, pardon. Again, this is the current version of the roadmap. This is a draft. This is not yet finalized. But what we can glean from this is that we really want a tiered approach towards the adoption. We start with all publicly listed companies and universal commercial banks. The current version of the roadmap is really to follow FY to follow their to follow reporting in FY 2025. The preparation or the submission will happen in fiscal year 2026. And to maximize the transitional reliefs available. We'll look at the transitional reliefs later. The second tier that we're looking into right now is large corporations with revenue 10 to 15 billion and other types of packs. Subsequently, first year of adoption is 2027. Again, this is just a draft. We're not yet in the finalization stage, but at least we're getting a sense of our approach towards this. Okay. In the standards even, there are additional things that we can consider. For example, there's a clause pertaining to disclose what is reasonable, supportable, and available without undue cost or effort. In our conversations with my students, with my graduate students, these are sustainability officers. Their concern really is performing climate scenario analysis. It's quite expensive if you will enlist the help of an expert. It's quite expensive to do climate scenario analysis, and the questions such as, do we perform climate scenario analysis every year? Those are valid questions that we hope we can flesh out later in our subsequent consultations. Madam Moderator, I'm so sorry. Can I ask for my remaining minutes? How many minutes left for my presentation, Madam Moderator?
Wait. Wait.
Okay. If you can kindly just message me, perhaps.
Okay. More or less an hour.
An hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, okay. So, part of the current version of the roadmap is really the qualitative approaches allowed if, sorry, not part of the roadmap, but part of IFRS S1 and S2 is the qualitative approaches if an entity lacks skills, capabilities, and resources. Meaning, instead of presenting a quantification of the requirements of the standards, they may do qualification. For example, determining the anticipated financial effects, which we will discuss later. What we see right now in IFRS S2 is that there are a lot of there is a list of risks and a list of opportunities. What's the requirement of IFRS S2 is for us to identify the current effects and the anticipated effects of these risks. If we will approach that on a very quantitative level, it's very hard. Not to use the term hard, but very challenging because you have to make some models, assumptions. So IFRS actually includes I have to check if this is included in the IFRS material per se or just from a guidance issued by the the ISS. But at any rate, there's an option to present qualitatively rather than presenting a monetary amount. We can say, for example, transition risk pertaining to reputation risk has a negligible effect to the financial effects of to the financial prospects of the entity if the company lacks skills and capabilities and resources for doing so, especially if we will if the larger corporations, the non-listed but large corporations later will adopt IFRS S1 and S2. But then again, if we say that the effects are negligible, must be supported by some sort of methodology. And then also climate scenario analysis. Yeah. So something that we can look into later. Okay. Sorry. My slides are not moving. And then there are transition reliefs. So transition reliefs are available for a certain number of period of time. Um, counting from the time that the entity first adopts IFRS S1 and S2. So for the first year, the comparative information is not required. For the first annual reporting, which is an entity applies S1 and S2, the comparative period definitely is not required because you're still starting. Again, one of the reliefs that our corporate reporters are very keen in adopting is a climate first reporting. As we have said earlier, if we look at IFRS S1 or PFRS S1 in this case, it talks about not only climate related risks, but the overall sustainability risks. During the first year of adoption of PFRS S1 and S2, we can only focus on PFRS S2 or IFRS S2, which is essentially climate risks. Maybe biodiversity risks, human capital risk can the corporate reporters can look into them later. Um, hmm. This number three is a transitional relief related to the timing of reporting because when we read PFRS S1, IFRS S1, the requirement is that if you release your report, let's just say March 15, your general purpose financial statements, your financial statements, let's just say March 15 of the following year, you must also include in them or release together with that financial report the sustainability related disclosures required by S1 and S2. That's a general rule. I guess one of the reasons why we have that rule when you have to release the disclosures, sustainability related disclosures together with the financial report is for us to avoid greenwashing. So the timing is key or the timing is very important. Okay. So that's the third one. For the first few years, there might be some time lag in the issuance of the sustainability related disclosures. One of the key topics, even my graduate students would comment, is that the application of the greenhouse gas accounting protocol. Where most of us are familiar with the greenhouse gas protocol of 2004. Um, the requirement is that IFRS-S2 requires the use of the protocol. However, if the company measures their greenhouse gas emissions using a different methodology, for example, the footprint approach, they can use that for a certain period of time, particularly for the first annual reporting. Yeah. Okay. And the last transitional relief is um, PFRS S2 will allow non-disclosure of Scope 3 GHG emissions. For me, this is quite a tricky transitional relief, although the transitional relief will just be for a period of time. But we're familiar with Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Scope 1 emissions are those that you directly burn. The greenhouse gas emissions um coming from your air conditioning units, for example, HVACs, for example. If you have mobile emissions, meaning emissions coming from your automobiles, and other types of stationary emissions, that's scope one, something that you directly burn. Scope two rather, is something that you buy because scope two is an indirect emission in the form of purchased electricity. Are you sourcing your electricity from a non-renewable source, for example? Scope three is what we call beyond. All the emissions which are included in your value chain, both your upstreams, certain percentages or portions of emissions coming from your suppliers, and your downstream emissions coming from the use of your products from your customers. You must also account for it. That's scope 3 emissions. So scope 1, this is a shorthand or a simplification that's very common in the sustainability space. Someone from sustain life, I guess, use that very good analogy. Scope 1 is something that you directly burn. Scope 2 is something that you buy, and Scope 3 is something that's beyond that. Meaning in the full value chain, in your full value chain, your upstream and downstream emissions. Not only by you, but also by your related parties, such as your suppliers, certain portion of that. No. Um, yeah, in IFRS S2, they are allowed not to disclose greenhouse gas emissions scope 3 for a certain period of time. But for me, going beyond the practicality or going beyond the efficiency of reporting, greenhouse gas emission scope 3 is very important. Science-based targets. Okay, yeah. Science-based targets initiatives would always tell us that managing our scope 3 emissions are also important. So it's a tricky, I mean, this is just for the first 2 years, but during the first 2 years, perhaps the corporate reporters must be able to slowly introduce in their systems how do
Ya
we
Allah,
capture,
ternyata.
sorry, sorry, how do we capture material scope 3 emissions? So these are the transitional reliefs. We now go in 2023, again, just like the roadmap earlier, which is not yet final. In 2023, we've seen a proposed revised regulation for the sustainability reporting form or SURE form. The SURE form will, unlike IFRS S1 and S2, which we intend to be applied by, um, we intend to be applied and adopted by listed clients, banks, and large companies. The SURE form is required for only listed clients. This will effectively replace and go back. If finalized, this will effectively replace the memorandum circular in 2019. So what are the key differences? Again, the current state of reporting will be discussed later by my colleague in the afternoon. But the difference is that the SURE form, again, this is still a proposal at the proposal level. This was exposed to the corporate reporters, but this is not yet finalized. This version is more comprehensive because we see a sustainability narrative and a sustainability reporting form, or what we call the SURE form. I was able to contribute something in the SURE form, but the SEC has been actively promoting sustainability reporting through the existence of certain sustainability reporting guidelines, certain memorandum circulars at that, and other activities. The previous guideline, the 2019 guideline, followed what we call a comply or explain approach. Looking at the 2019 memorandum circular, if that particular item is applicable to you, you have to comply. If not, applicable to you, you have to explain how did you apply that if it's not applicable to you. Sorry, or if you did not comply, you have to explain. The 2019 version allows publicly listed companies to disclose sustainability data when only available and provide explanation for items which the data is unavailable. However, we understand that the state of reporting for the public listed companies also need to evolve and integrate. The IFRS S2, IFRS S1 also informed the revised sustainability reporting form. The sustainability reporting form integrates IFRS S1, IFRS S2, as well as the other reporting requirements from the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. It also includes provisions or alignments with the Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI, the requirements of the SASB, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, and the integrated reporting requirements of the IIRC, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development as well. So when we look at the form, the proposed sustainability reporting form, it's actually responsive to the demands or the requirements of the various regulations, international at that, pertaining to IFRS S1 and S2. So what are the key components of the SURE form? So publicly listed companies are are to submit their forms electronically. There's a digital platform for submission. The structure of the form is this. We have a narrative, a sustainability narrative, and the SURE form. The SURE form will have three areas. One is a sustainability and climate-related opportunities, risk, and exposures. Or the shorthand for this is SCORE, SCORE, the SCORE form. And then we have the cross-industry specific metrics, or sometimes we call the CISM, cross-industry metrics, or metrics that will apply to entities across different industries, and then the ISMs, or the industry specific metrics. We'll look at the SCORE later. We'll have a walkthrough. So the major challenges really, perhaps, is that compliance and the quality of compliance later, because this, as we will see later, it's very detailed, very granular at some level. Another challenge that I can think of is how do we engage the stakeholders, particularly when we do materiality setting, right? We must engage a range of stakeholders, to be honest. So how do we engage them? The benefits are definitely strategic value and risk mitigation. We are able to foresee the risks that might affect the entity. So the proposed SURE form reflects the country's, or the Philippines' commitment to advancing sustainability practices in the Philippine business landscape. Publicly listed companies, when the form is finalized, again, this is not yet finalized. When the form is finalized, publicly listed companies are expected to embrace this evolution, recognizing that sustainability reporting is not only a statutory requirement, but our commitment and part of our accountability to our stakeholders. Okay. This is the first part of SCORE. Sorry, again, I will send the slides. All of the materials I'm sharing are publicly available, so you can download them later. So this is the first part of the SURE form. What we can see, take 10-20 seconds to look into the requirements. The first part really is the disclosure of the governance body. We'll fully discuss later that governance is really an important part of sustainability, because governance allows sustainability to be integrated across the entity, with the appropriate accountability mechanisms. If you have a good governance structure, you're able to establish who's accountable for sustainability, both at the board level and at the management level. So the name of the board committee in which sustainability has been integrated, or is there a separate board committee for sustainability? We also have to disclose what are the key responsibilities and the policies and procedures, governance policies and procedures. And then below is the role of management. Do you have a chief sustainability officer? If you have a group, do you have a group-wide steering committee? So a group is with many subsidiaries from different lines of businesses, for example. Do you have a steering committee for that? And what are the policies and procedures? So the first one really is about governance. If you can kindly look at the references, they refer back actually to the requirements of IFRS S1 and S2. For the strategy part, this is one of the things that can be challenging for our corporate reporters. Because this is the requirement as well of IFRS S1 and S2. I'm so sorry, the font is small, but you have to identify strategy-wise. These are the risks, climate-related risks. What is the impact of those risks to your business model? In the current reporting period, meaning the current reporting period is the current financial statements. In the next reporting period, 1 year from now, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So that's at an enterprise level. And then the form will also require them to disclose the impact to their upstream and downstream value chain. Meaning enterprise level is that confined in their reporting boundaries. But how will these risks as well affect their upstream and downstream value upstream really acquisition of supplies, acquisition of raw materials. Downstream is really use of your raw material, use of your products, for example. This is quite challenging for most reporters, and um most sustainability officers, chief sustainability officers, are actually um looking into the matter because it's really challenging for corporate reporters. Next is, okay, sorry. Just a continuation of the risks, not only climate risk, if you can focus on the first line, and nature and biodiversity loss. If nature is a material topic to your organization, you also have to look into it. Raw materials and scarcity, because of our again, the Philippines is quite exposed to a systematic climate risk because of our geographic location. So, what are the effects of sustainability risks for your raw materials and water scarcity, um, and other material topics? And then they have to disclose their risk prioritization as well. What are the high risk top 5 risks that they see that can materially impact the business model and value chain of their organizations? They also have to disclose. And then they have to, this is what the IFRS S1 talks about when we say connected information. Uh, the physical risks are normally, I'm not saying that it's totally, but normally physical risks is how how environment or how the biosphere affects you, something to that effect. So it's called an outside in approach normally. So how the biosphere, whether it's the environment, whether it's the ecosystem, how it affects you. For example, our university is situated in an area that has been traditionally, I wouldn't say low lying, but even in the 1970s, 1980s, an area that has been prone to flood, for example. That's a physical risk because there's a biosphere element or there's a climate element that affects us. Transition risks normally, I'm not saying everything, no, but transition risks are what we call um so physical risks are outside in, transition risks normally are inside out. Meaning, what now is your effect to the biosphere? For example, if you are a power generator using fossil fuel, definitely there are some transition risks that will affect you. Because as we all know right now, there is a negative sentiment towards anything that's related to coal. So investment capital, availability of capital might be restricted because the institutional investors are normally they have a cap, if not totally banning investment on any coal related project, but there's a cap for investment. So transition risk. I guess to simplify, most of the physical risks are really outside in, how the biosphere affects you. Transition risks, not all of them, but most of them are how you affect the biosphere, also known as inside out. And then other sustainability risks, if you have biodiversity risks and others. And then risk management. I'm sorry. You have to identify the climate and your mechanism for identifying, assessing, or prioritizing, monitoring, and changes in the process of identifying the risks, sustainability risks affecting you. And then the management process, and then the identification of opportunities as well. What I want to highlight is at this point, this is still just a draft. The SEC, to be particular, has conducted several several consultations already, and as I understand, they are consolidating the comments and they will subsequently issue perhaps a final guideline. So what I want to highlight is that currently, what remains in place in the Philippines, at least for corporate or publicly listed companies, is the Memorandum Circular 2019. If we compare 2019, the MC 2019 and the proposed shore form, they actually reflect our larger understanding of sustainability reporting. Some of the standards mm, are this is a continuum. I don't want to put standards in boxes, but rather a continuum. Some standards are leaning towards what we call impact based traditions, such as the GRI, for example. You have a list of impact, you have a list of metrics. What's your impact? How are you managing it? GRI. Also SASB, for example. These are impact-based standards. And then at some point, there are what we call strategy-based standards. If you look at TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-related Financial Disclosures, what we see is that it leans towards the process, the strategy of how we manage sustainability, but at the same time also disclose some metrics. Again, we're not saying that these are opposites. Standards can be put in boxes, but that's just our understanding of how the reporting requirements are slowly being shaped. Right now, my understanding is that the trajectory of the sustainability reporting landscape is really to balance impact and strategy. We all know that there's a cost of information, which factors later in cost of capital perhaps. But I guess right now the trajectory of sustainability reporting for IFRS, at least S1 and S2, is to really balance impact reporting, meaning what's your impact, and your strategy side reporting. So again, I just want to highlight that this is what's still in place in the Philippines, MC 2019, or the Memorandum Circular 2019, which is I'd say leaning towards more impact-based reporting. Okay. And finally, in 2024, the Board of Accountancy adopted the IFRS S1 and S2 pending the timeline of adoption in a Board of Accountancy resolution, particularly number 11 series of 2024. The Philippines has decided to adopt IFRS S1 and S2 pending the implementation guidelines, which will be released by the PSRC. So I want to, sorry, yeah. If we can deep dive a little into the IFRS S1 and S2. So IFRS S1, S is sustainability. IFRS Sustainability Standards 1 is entitled General Requirements for Disclosure of Sustainability-Related Financial Information. Some would call this a groundbreaking standard issued by the ISSP, but if we'll deep dive into them, the requirements, they actually mirror the requirements of the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-related Financial Disclosures. This was intended to be effective annual reporting periods beginning on or after January 1, 2024. The main aim of IFRS S1 is really to enhance transparency, accountability. I'm so happy when I was watching the video earlier, Madam Chair, Program Chair, was discussing about accountability, which is really part sustainability. This, I guess, one of the reasons why we take into the why we enter the sustainability landscape as accountant is really, it's part of our part of the accountability that we establish inside organizations. So to establish accountability for sustainability reporting, the objective is really for entities to disclose relevant information about sustainability related risks and opportunities that could impact their financial prospects. IFRS S1 represents a pivotal step towards integrating sustainability consideration into financial reporting practices. If I have to make a metaphor, IFRS S1 is like our IS1 or IAS1 or conceptual framework as well. IFRS S1 sets the foundation for sustainability reporting. What are the qualitative characteristics? What are the key elements that we must factor in when we report? So that's what IFRS S1 is. I inadvertently deleted a slide that's very important, but I will just illustrate it. One of the key differences, we have a lot of sustainability reporting requirements. One of the key differences is to whom do we report for? Imagine a small box This is our financial statements. We report to the general purpose users of the general purpose financial statements. So that's what we're familiar with. Imagine a larger box. This is the sustainability reports. But think of the more general ones, such as GRI, such as IR, for example, integrated report, which caters to a wide range of users. We are not only catering the GRI and IR don't really cater to don't cater to the needs of capital for providers, but they might cater to the needs of the society at large, for example. Um, this has been the case for quite some time. And I think we realize as a profession that this is problematic, this dichotomy, because we are saying at some point, if we stick to this schema or a mental model, we're saying that the primary providers of capital don't really care about sustainability, right? So what we did as a profession is that we introduced a slightly larger square or slightly larger area covering also the financial statements. This is what we call the sustainability related financial disclosures, which are IFRS S1 and S2 at this point. What we're trying to do is try to expand the connectivity of our financial statements to reflect into the effects of the material sustainability risks and opportunities from the point of view, however, of our capital providers. I guess that's the trajectory right now. That when we differentiate S1 and S2 IFRS standards with the more general ones, such as the GRI, GRI is really for a wider range of users. For the general public, for example, IFRS, particularly S1 and S2, is for material risks, material items, material issues, which is material sustainability risk items and issues, which is a concern of our capital providers. So we're trying to what we call present connective information. So that's IFRS S1. IFRS S2, on the other hand, is entitled Climate-Related Disclosures. Again, some would say that this is a pivotal step by the ISB. Again, the original effectivity is January 1, 2024 or after. The focus right now of IFRS S2 is climate. Think of if we have to compare, IFRS S1 is like our International Accounting Standards 1 and the conceptual framework. IFRS S2 is like the topical standards that we have. For example, IS2 for inventories, IS16 for property, plant, and equipment. This is one of the topical thematic topical standards that we have, IFRS S2. But the focus really is about climate. Okay. I'll just stop annotating. Madam Chair, if you can message me my remaining minutes, thank you. Just in the chat. Okay. The overview of the IFRS S1 really is, if you're familiar, I tell this to our corporate reporters, if you're familiar with TCFD, you don't need to fear because I'd say they're very comparable. If you're reporting under TCFD already, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, they're very comparable already. Okay. Thank you, madam. In the task force, the primary areas for disclosure is really you have to disclose your governance process. Governance is really tone at the top. Who oversees the execution of your sustainability strategy? And then you also have to disclose some sort of strategy. We refer to strategy as the different choices an organization takes to achieve their long-term goals, but now with the background of the sustainability risks. A sustainability strategy integrates environmental, social, and governance risks. But then again, we understand that as the famous author James Clear would say, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your system. So if you have a goal, which is your strategy at this point, for example, we also have to understand what are the risks. What are the risks that will prevent us from achieving or executing our strategy, so risk management. And then finally, metrics and targets. So where are we right now? If our strategy is this, where are we right now? What's our metric, current metric? For example, greenhouse gas emissions. How many tons of CO2 equivalent do we have right now? And what's our target in the next 5 years, for example? So this is
Abini na sungan mo tadi pangalawa biting abini pa ba nyoba sana.
okay. That's a very general discussion of the contents of IFRS S1. Even this is I understand the subsequent topical standards such as S2 and in the future S3 and S4 will also have items for governance strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. So what we include in IFRS S1 are some crucial items such as material information, what to report. We all know what material information is. If the omission, misstating, or obscuring of the information will change the decision of the users, in this case, the primary users of the general purpose financial statements. If that will change, then that's a material information. So material information is very crucial because this is what we disclose about. Beyond the scope of this discussion is that we have methodologies how to set materiality. Can be a survey, can be a focus group discussion, can be a combination of both. But what IFRS S1 states or clearly states is that we have to identify which are our material information or material risks. Is greenhouse gas emission material to you? I understand coming from a country where we are subjected to systemic environmental risk. I guess greenhouse gas emission will be material for most companies because we are being subjected to a systemic risk. For example, right now, I can't see the view outside because it's so cloudy because of the storm. Oh, that's material information. Reporting entity is about whom? IFRS S1 requires that if you present your consolidated financial statement, meaning it's an information pertaining to you and the group, parent and the group, the reporting entity must be the same. I've seen some sustainability reports saying that the report is only about the parent and not the group. That will not be a valid argument for IFRS S1. For IFRS S1 is that there must be an alignment of the reporting entity. If this is a consolidated financial statement, the disclosures are about the consolidated financial statements. The disclosure of the governance strategy, the risks, and the targets should also about at the consolidated level. So about whom? And then the value chain. See, there's a recurring discussion of value chain. So maybe later when we teach to our students, we also have to integrate what value chain means, not only in the business courses, but also in the accounting courses, particularly management accounting. So where is the sustainability risk in your value chain? This is quite, I'd say, not drastic, but a lighter term for drastic because we usually report only about ourselves. About the reporting entity. But because we're looking at the interconnectedness of sustainability risks, we look at the larger value chain. When we report scope 3 emissions, definitely that will cut across your value chain, whether it's upstream or downstream. One of the highlights of IFRS S1 is our ability to present connected information in two ways. One is how are the risks connected? How are the risks and opportunities connected among themselves? And more importantly, where are those risks connected in the financial prospects of the entity? Whether it's financial, for example, if they want to transition to a cleaner mode of power generation, for example, there might be some capital investments that they need to make. Which will affect their financial prospects because you're kind of restricting your your cash flows in the future because you have to set aside a certain fund, for example. So where are these risks connected? So location of disclosures, according to IFRS S1, the location of disclosure must be disclosed together with their general purpose financial reports. It's not something separate. If you want to have a separate venue, it's okay. If you want to have to disclose in, for example, in another report, it's okay, but make sure that the disclosures are also attached to your general purpose financial report. That's the minimum requirement. Timing of reporting, I guess, to prevent greenwashing is really to report at the same time you report your general purpose financial statements. And there's a general rule of comparing comparative information. this is one of the tricky parts. We have to identify the effect of sustainability risk for the current financial prospects. How would the sustainability risk affect your current cash flows, current financial position, current performance, and even the anticipated ones, following, as we have seen earlier, short term, medium term, and long term. IFRS S2 is just really about climate. How is IFRS S1 applied, but this time in climate? The major requirement is really for us to identify climate-related risks and opportunities that will affect the financial prospect of the entity, or those risks and opportunities which are considered material from the point of view of the capital providers. First disclosure really is about governance. To what board committee is the management of climate risks delegated to for oversight? At what level of management is at what level of senior management, for example, is sustainability risk being managed, being looked upon, for example? So there are climate risk related risks and opportunity. We've discussed climate related risks earlier. We have physical risks. Physical risks are normally the effect of climate to you. Physical risk can either be chronic, something that has been there for a long time. For example, the rising sea levels, for example, and something acute, which what we are currently experiencing right now, a storm driven by climate change driven change in weather patterns, for example. And then you have transition risks, your effect to the biosphere, so to speak. We have to disclose strategy and decision making. In strategy and decision making, this is where we disclose our climate scenario analysis. There's no hard line guideline for climate scenario analysis in IFRS S2. So this is where we personally, as an academic, and as a consultant, this is where I want to help not only the large entities but even the smaller entities, the medium entities would like to report this to try to develop a mechanism, methodology where they can follow a rigorous approach in assessing the climate scenario and performing climate scenario analysis. But at the same time, it's also cost efficient for them. Can it be qualitative, something to that effect? And then the current and anticipated effect of sustainability risks. These are the requirements, disclosures for IFRS S2. There are cross-industry metrics, meaning whether you're in the banking industry, whether in the real estate, you have to disclose GHG emission disclosure. This is the second one is something that we also find challenging: the amount or percentage of asset or business activities vulnerable to transition and fiscal risks, because this entails a lot of modeling, fluctuations in values, the risk that we have to factor in. So yeah, the cross-industry metrics. I'm going to the next half of my discussion. I don't want to discuss this in full because I understand my colleague in the afternoon will discuss this in full. But what are the underlying sustainability strategies of Philippine organizations? My favorite tools are actually, even before S1 and S2, my favorite tools are Value Chain and the Business Model Canvas by Osterwalder. But I'll use Value Chain in this case. So we know what the value chain is. We have secondary and primary activity. What we see right now is that most corporate reporters started to integrate sustainability in their secondary activities and then feeding into their primary activities. We hear terms such as sustainable building, sustainable built environment, which is part of infrastructure. We hear about sustainable human resource management, which is part of human resource management. Acquisition of software such as ERPs for environmental performance management, which is part of technology. And then inbound logistics, sustainable sourcing, sustainable operations, sustainable advertising, and sustainable other activities. So what we see right now is that sustainability slowly seeps into the value chain of the entity. So this is just a role of governance. I'm very even based on my conversations, based on my studies, governance really is a crucial aspect of sustainability integration, especially in the Philippines. We come from a context that there is really, traditionally, there is really a very wide power distance. So the role of leadership and governance is really important in Philippine entities. One is that the commitment to integrity and ethical values. Are the board members walking the talk? Like, sustainability is part of their vision, values, and whatever. But are they really walking the talk? This is one of the crucial. When I asked the chief pioneer chief sustainability officers in the Philippines. What's the primary driver, enabler of sustainability integration? Their answer really is that the values of the owners, the values of the principals, the values of the members of the board. So that's the first one. And then the first one is about value. The second one is about how it's integrated into their accountability. And then the third one is how do we integrate it if we're talking about a group in different industries. So how do we do cross group integration? And then how do we attract and retain competent people? Do we have a chief sustainability officer? Or in the first analysis is that, is there a need for a chief sustainability officer, or at this point can it be part of the responsibility of another officer? And finally, to enforce accountability. So my analytical framework in approaching this is I look at the governance structure, I look at the larger corporate structure, and we look at the functional strategies, which are sustainable marketing, sustainable infrastructure, sustainable HR, sustainable operation. And my hope is that later in the afternoon, definitely you'll talk about sustainability reporting, how these feed into sustainability reporting. So one of the case studies I will present is SMIC, or SMM Investment Corporation. It's a leading conglomerate. I think their prominent subsidiaries are in retail, banking, and real estate. This is their governance structure. We understand that SMIC, or the case study, is a conglomerate. So sustainability is integrated in the board of directors executive committee, meaning the executive committee is in charge of overseeing sustainability. At the management level, because they have several subsidiaries, they have a I understand this is a cross-subsidiary steering committee. And under the steering committee, there are more specific committees such as energy management. Perhaps they think that energy is really a material topic for them. Climate action subcommittee, and then a DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. And then they have a group sustainability officer, or a chief sustainability officer. This is what we can see from here is that there's no specific sustainability committee at the board level, but it's integrated across. These are their this is their sustainability strategy. As we can see, this is aligned with CSV, or creating shared value. And we can see, if you're familiar with integrated reporting, the types of capital, how the types of capital feed into their integrated approach towards sustainability. And then they have their sustainability principles. One of their initiatives is what we normally call green finds. Green find is that if you go to a retail shop and then there's a sticker there, green find, it means that product is sustainably sourced. They have a criteria how to classify, but that is sustainably sourced. This is sustainable marketing because we bring the more sustainable products closer to our consumers. So that's one example. For sustainability operations across the malls that they have water management and plastic reduction initiatives. Their shift to RE, to renewable energy, and shift to electric vehicles whenever possible. They'd rather purchase electric vehicles rather than traditional ones. My bias is really people. As a student, as a former student of leadership, my bias really is people. These are their sustainable human resource strategies, but I'd like to highlight the second to the last one. It's green workforce. They thought that if perhaps they thought that if they had to integrate sustainability in their business model, might as well upskill their people. They have established a sustainability school. The sustainability school has, as I understand, 3 tiers of training: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Basic, intermediate, and advanced. So it's a tiered training. It involves the basics of the UN SDGs, the GRIs, and how do we collate information from the ground up for us to have sustainability information, or sustainability related information. So what we can glean from that example is that their strategy is really creating shared value, and they were able to create sustainable value across their value chain. The second one is an airline, a listed airline. Again, all the information I'm presenting are publicly available. We look at Cebu Pacific Air. Their vision is basically their services is a budget airline. Some would say budget airline, low fare, great value. This governance structure is just like with SMIC or SM investment, is that it's sustainability governance is lodged into the responsibility of one board committee, which is the board risk oversight. And then they have management committees for material topics such as data privacy, business continuity, airline safety, and treasury risks, for example. So they have at the management level, they have that. They also have a chief strategy officer. At the management level, they have a strategy officer, and the sustainability officer reports, or the strategy officer oversees the sustainability officer, and the SO reports to the chief strategy officer. Comparing the sustainability strategy of Cebu Pacific with the first one, this is, I think, has a touch of the Filipino culture, because Filipinos, the male Filipinos, or the epitome of a Filipino sometimes is called Juan de la Cruz. So they have a framework that's kind of integrates that notion of being Filipino through one. For example, they have economic, they have social. So for social, they term this as growing as one family, because it also sounds as one as in the number one. And for environment, caring for one planet, and for governance, caring for one planet as well. So what we can see here is that compared with the more capital-based approach, meaning IR, integrated reporting-based strategy, just one is more on the ESG side, or the triple bottom line strategy. So for sustainable human resources, they also have trainings for their employees. Sustainability 101, for example. For sustainable investing, they have committed to investing in NEO, or new engine options. New engine options new engine option equipment or fleet, which is more energy efficient. So they have decided to invest on those. And then for sustainable operation, they have been starting to use sustainable aviation fuel. So part of their operations as an airline. So finally, sorry, I'm wrapping up. Just give me 5 minutes. This is call to action. I realize is a very strong term. Let's just say recommendations for academics and academic leaders. So these are the recommendations. We'll go through them one by one. First is to establish accountability for sustainability integration for academic leaders, for chairpersons, leaders of committee. So the key questions are: what is our timeline and inclination towards sustainability integration? We understand that sustainability is really a very big topic, and we can't really do a one-time implementation. So, but at the end of the day, the question is: what is our inclination towards integration? Incremental, I hope not, but the big implementation, one-time implementation. So what is our inclination towards it? And what's our timeline that will reflect that inclination? Again, this is just a suggestion. I'm coming from a context where leadership, because of power distance, is very important to enforce certain strategies. Is there a need to designate a point person or committee to operationalize the integration? And then you also have to factor in, how would that affect the current responsibility of that person? So is there a need to designate a point person or a committee? And then in the leadership side, who in the leadership will oversee sustainability integration process? I'm coming from an experience where the influence of the leader is really important. If the leader tells the people that we have to integrate sustainability, and more importantly, shows the people that we have to integrate sustainability, that will have a lasting effect, based on my experience, to the stakeholders. So that's the first question. Do we need to establish accountability for sustainability integration? Second is to revisit, we're coming from an OBTL, outcomes-based teaching and learning ecosystem. So do we revisit program outcomes, course outcomes, and unit outcomes? Is there a need for all 5 key competencies? If we can go back earlier, systems thinking, adaptability, flexibility, tech integration. Is there a need for all of the key components to be integrated in our program outcomes? My guess is that some of the program outcomes are already reflective of the 5. We just have to enhance them. Except perhaps for systems thinking. Has systems thinking been integrated to our program outcomes? The next question is, do we add new program outcomes? But again, we don't want to have too many outcomes. So do we need to add or just enhance new ones? And is there a need to add or enhance course intended learning outcomes or course outcomes, responding to the specific requirements of the IAS earlier? Um, with the permission of my boss, the dean of the college, I just share some of the initiatives that we had previously. Maybe try to integrate sustainability also in curricular and extracurricular activities. One of the extracurricular activity that we had is that we started banning single-use plastics, also to remind our students remind students about responsible consumption. We've also integrated some snippets of co-curricular activities. For example, the PSRC had a sustainability challenge, and then we've encouraged our students to participate in the challenge and integrate that challenge into the course outcomes. Last year, also to bring more awareness about sustainability to our students, we've conducted a sustainability quiz bee in partnership with one of the student organizations. We've asked them to study the Brundtland report. 19, I forgot the year, but the Brundtland report, the GHG accounting protocols, and IFRS S1 and S2. And then we conducted the quiz bee. For teachers, first really, sorry, I wasn't able to include this, is to ask the question, do I want to slowly integrate sustainability or perhaps later? Something like that, meaning setting your appetite for integration. If your answer is yes, at some point I want to integrate, there are ways to do it. Formal, such as if you want to pursue another degree, pursue another doctorate in sustainability, or to do postdoctoral trainings. I understand there are a lot of postdoctoral trainings for sustainability right now. Or otherwise, personally, I prefer the otherwise. Personally, that's my personal. Go to Coursera. There's a systems thinking course there, but in healthcare. But the methodology is still systems thinking. So there are free courses as well. If you go to TCFD, the Task Force for Climate Related Financial Disclosures, there are free trainings. ESG for accountants, the basics of climate scenario planning, that's for free. And then some self-directed learning, such as also fellowships, meeting with industry partners as well. Design an integration plan for the sustainability topics. This is just my own classification of the topics. You can perform your own. Again, I'm not here to impose. This is just from my understanding, we have foundational topics, core topics, and emerging topics. So perhaps for the foundational topics, do we integrate this in existing courses? But I guess for the business model canvas and the value chain, we have to. The economics of sustainability, such as positive and negative sustainability by Rumaset, a very good quantification of sustainability, positive and negative sustainability. Can we integrate this into our existing courses? At least just to introduce our students. And then the core topics, the reporting frameworks. As we have seen, these are really core topics because later, if the new IES will come out, the related outcomes are already integrated. So the reporting frameworks, IFRS S1 and S2, the GHG accounting protocol, internal control for sustainability. There is a document issued by the COSO framework called ICSR, Internal Control for Sustainability Reporting, and it discusses how we can contextualize the COSO framework, the 5 components of the COSO framework into sustainability reporting. And perhaps later, with the issuance of ISA 5000, the sustainability assurance, do we integrate this in existing courses or do we cover it in an elective? The suggestion, by the way, of the International Federation of Accountants is integration. Okay. And finally, the emerging topics. Okay. I will wrap up in 2 minutes. We expect
Mas Rizky
the IFRS.
Ayo, hadiahnya gimana?
Okay. The IFRS Foundation has already said that their next priority topic is really biodiversity, ecosystems, and ecosystem services. So that's the next agenda. And then human capital. Maybe try to think about, do we need to start integrating this into the seminars that we provide to our students and so on? Just to close, my intention is not to overwhelm us, even myself, not to overwhelm us, but to give a big picture of what's happening. As an academic leader, I always face that frustration, I guess, or feeling, whatever that feeling is, of not being enough, for example, or not integrating enough in our curriculum. But I leave you with the words of a French scientist, Teilhard de Chardin. he said that yet it is the law of all progress that it is made by passing through some stages of instability, and that it may take a very long time. Sustainability has been here since the 1970s. We're slowly integrating it in our um in our curricula. Perhaps it's really part of the dynamics that the integration will follow a long time, and at some point we have to be patient. And finally, and so I think it is with you, your ideas, sustainability ideas, mature gradually, let them grow, let them shape themselves without undue haste. Thank you very much, and I'm so happy to have been with you for the last hour. And again, I thank the organizers for this opportunity. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fermin, for the long and wonderful presentation, I think. Well, before I move to the Q&A session, I would like to remind the participants, please raise your hand if you have any questions, and don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question. And in the chat room, I will read it after that. Mr. Fermin, let me address a question for you first. Maybe you can consider it as a warming up question. I just wonder about your explanation, maybe about the milestone in the Philippines. How is the implementation of sustainability framework in the Philippines? And then does the government require or decide one specific framework to use on their report to disclose their sustainability activities? Maybe you can, is it clearly, Mr. Fermin? Okay, I think Mr. Fermin have a bad connection. So I would like to remind again to the all participants here, if you have any question, you can drop it in the chat room, or you can ask by yourself. You can raise your hand and I will choose the participant to ask later. Okay, maybe we will wait a minute for Mr. Fermin to come back in this workshop.
I'm so sorry. We just had a power outage. I hope I'm still coming in clear.
Okay, yes, it's clear.
Okay. May I just turn off my video just to save
Okay.
some bandwidth? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
okay, it's okay. Yeah, maybe I will reread my question for you
Okay.
about the implementation of sustainability standards, or maybe a framework which is used in the Philippines. Does the government require and decide one specific framework to use on the sustainability report? Okay, is it clear, Mr. Fermin?
Yes. I'm getting a is that is the government requiring a specific adoption of a specific framework, correct?
Yeah.
Sorry. Did am I coming in clear? Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer is that the government doesn't require a specific framework, but it has issued an own framework. The government's particularly for listed companies, a framework where they can report their impacts, sustainability impacts. That's what I've discussed earlier. Memorandum Circular of 2019. There's a very specific format that they can use. But as to adoption of the specific frameworks, currently, right now, there's no there's other than the adoption plan for IFRS S1, S2, there's no requirement for us to adopt GRI, PCFP, for example. So the short answer is that currently there's no requirement to adopt certain standards except for IFRS S1 and S2, which will come in later.
Okay, so the companies are free to choose the framework like GRI, or they can use the TCFD framework like that from now on. Okay, I think that for the second time, Mr. Fermin had a bad
Sorry,
network.
sorry, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Please wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was my answer clear earlier?
Okay. I'm sorry, I can hear you clear before because the bad connection you have. So I want to confirm that the companies there are free to choose their framework to disclose their sustainability. Like maybe some of the company can use the GRI standards, or some the company use SDG or TCFD and so on, like that.
That's correct. They can choose that, but for publicly listed companies, there's a requirement from the SEC. So if we're talking about a non-public company, a private company, they can choose to use GRI. Example, one of the universities in the Philippines is issuing a sustainability report following the GRI framework. So if you're a private company, you can do that. But if you're a publicly listed company, you can also do that, but at the same time also comply with the requirements of the Philippine SEC.
Okay. So for the publicly companies, yeah. I heard before about SURE, sustainability
Yes.
reporting form in the Philippines. What is SURE is adopted IFRS S1 and S2 from now, or maybe the other framework?
The answer is the current version of the SURE form aligns with the requirement of IFRS S1 and S2, and as well as the other frameworks. Because S1 and S2, for example, is just about climate, but the SURE form has a area there for biodiversity, for example. So it aligns with the reporting requirements. However, I just want to highlight that the SURE form the SEC is still at the consultation phase or the finalization phase. We are yet to see the final version of the SURE form.
Okay, then. Maybe I want to ask one question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, about the value chain. I just wonder about the implementation in big companies, especially in parent and subsidiaries companies in the Philippines, and in the nexus of their value chain. How to integrate their business model from parent and subsidiaries, and how the companies disclose it into one sustainability report, because I imagine that the sustainability report, or SR, it seems like the consolidation of financial report or financial statement, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
I understand
how-
that question.
Yeah, and how if the subsidiaries haven't conduct the sustainability activities? How to integrate their risks or how to portray their sustainability activities in one sustainability report. Maybe
As a
is it clear?
Yeah, but that's a
Yeah.
very good question, and that's a challenge that we normally face. Okay, okay. So just to unpack the question, the first question is how do we consolidate the data? Um, For the large companies, their primary strategy is that to create a sustainability office. And then within that sustainability office, some of the officers will partner with the subsidiaries. So I'm the chief sustainability officer. Person one is the sustainability officer for subsidiary one and two. Person one will partner with subsidiary one and two to help them call out the sustainability information. The second part of the question I understand is that um, what if the company has no sustainability information, has no sustainability risks? I guess my answer to that is quite indirect because the first thing that we do is that we look at the subsidiaries and identify whether there are high risk for sustainability. If they are subjected to high risk of sustainability, we have to make them at some point report. But at the very extreme circumstance where there's no really information, maybe we can disclose in the report that the consolidated report excludes one important subsidiary which we aim to include in the next year. I think for the most reporting frameworks, that's possible.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I've learned a lot from you.
Did I answer the question?
Yeah, of course they are. Okay, I've learned a lot from you anyway.
Thank
Maybe
you.
now let me open the Q&A session to the participants. If you want to address the question by yourself, you can raise your hand.
Madam, I think we have one question in the chat.
Okay,
If I
wait.
can read and answer.
Okay, sure. From Rizka.
From one of
Okay.
our colleagues,
Yeah. You can answer
Brawi
it.
Jaya.
Brawijaya. Yeah, Brawijaya.
I read it correctly.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. How do we integrate sustainability in family companies, family owned organizations? Very good question. Um, do you have a suggestion? What must the company do to prepare them for sustainability governance? Before answering the question, I want to highlight the need for us to not to convert, but to make conversations with our principals, primary owners, the significant family members who run the entity to make conversations. My first tip is that we start where they are. For example, if the company is in real estate, we can partner sustainability with the existing value of resilience. If we want resilient built environment, maybe we have to consider sustainability as well. The second one is to build the business case for sustainability. The business case for sustainability is understanding that sustainability is not only a cost but also a possible investment if done correctly. So those are my two suggestions, I guess, is to start where they are. Try to look into the company values and try to attach sustainability to that. For example, if our value is really building resilient built environment, we can't really ignore sustainability. The second one is to build the business case for sustainability. To understand that sustainability is both a cost at some point, but also an investment in the long run. I hope um, Professor Rizka, I was able to. I think that's the question we've answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Rizka answer. Thank you, sir, for the answer. Okay, is there any question from the other participants? You can raise your hand if you have any question and address it directly.
Madam,
Yeah.
I will key in my and converse with you.
Pardon? I can hear clearly. I can hear you clearly. Okay, if you have any question or if you want to further information, you can contact Mr. Fermin in his email on the chat room, fdyabut@ust.edu.ph Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Fermin, for the answer. If there is no question, I will move to the next session. Well, I'm sure the participant will gain a lot of knowledge from Mr. Fermin today. Now, let me briefly summarize some points of this session. First, about the role of accountant. Well, we know that the role of accountant has changed in this era, especially for supporting the sustainability. Accountants should side by side with another multidiscipline, intradisciplinary and interdisciplinary like economic, accounting, and engineering. And we should integrate it into one whole knowledge which needed in sustainability era. And the accountant professionals should develop their competencies and skills as well, like critical thinking, problem solving, which is related to financial data, and interpersonal skills related to communication to gain sustainability metrics data, and last, system thinking related to the knowledge of interconnectivity to understand complex problem in sustainability and financial statement impact. Lastly, accountant, I think they should be adaptable and flexible. I would say that accountant nowadays should be savvy tech and agile. Okay, next, accounting curricula should refer and adopt IS, then integrate it in every this, like financial accounting should discuss about the sustainability standards and how to prepare the sustainability strategies. Financial management can discuss the scenario analysis related, and assurance can discuss the sustainability information and so on. And in the Philippines, there are committee named Financial and Sustainability Reporting Standard Council as a standard setter to establish the generally accepted accounting principle known as PFRS. And there is a committee named Philippine Sustainability Reporting Committee, which issue the implementation guidance of sustainability disclosure. Well, as stated before, that GRI and SASB has impact-based standard. However, the TCFD has strategic-based standards, and the IFRS S1 and S2 balance both of them. So the IFRS S1, S2 have an both impact-based and strategic-based, because the IFRS is adopted from SASB, TCFD, IIRC, and so on. And then IFRS S1 stated about governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics, which related beyond the climate. The highlight in the IFRS S1 is the ability to connect all of the information between financial statement, business model, and sustainability activities in company. But IFRS S2 stated about climate. So the major requirement and the governance is about climate and how to manage the climate-related risks. Okay, that's all the summaries. Next, as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we prepare a certificate of appreciation for Mr. Fermin. On our behalf, here is the certificate and we award it to Mr. Fermin. Okay, Mr. Fermin, thank you once again for your time and contribution. It's such an honor to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you again at any next event. Well, this is the end of the first session. Now I will hand it over to the MC.
Thank you, Ms. Inshira, as the moderator. And because the first presentation has been completed, we will take a break for an hour. So all participants, please make sure to return to the meeting room on time so we can smoothly continue with the next agenda. Enjoy your break and see you soon.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with assistant useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various boarding applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity-capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to hone your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, satu. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting study program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented, of course with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates, Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Lean Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, Sabtu. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 Years Accounting Study Program Beacons Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. use of various coding applications to increase competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, Satu. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008.
Mama rungokno ya laptope gondol wong iki wae, Mak.
Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus. and Bachelor Accounting Study Program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various coding applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting Study Program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting Study Program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties, One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 Years Accounting Study Program Becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely, growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University. Akuntansi 1. Sinergi, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization with present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial. The Bachelor of Innovation in the quality of learning. Through the use of various boarding applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital class study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Kepintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled, in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program Becomes Major Accounting. /DB/2008 and 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the
Yeah.
manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to join academic activities. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting study program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DV/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study, With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting and graduate major, in being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Good afternoon. Welcome back all participants of the workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024. I hope you had a refreshing break and ready to continue with our next session. But before we proceed to the next topic, I would like to inform you about our upcoming event, International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024, that will be held on 4th September 2024. And this conference will be attended by experienced speakers who can certainly enhance our knowledge and experience in various fields. Don't miss the opportunity and register yourself with a link that will be shared by the committee. And for all participants, please focus your attention to the event and stay at the meeting room until the end of the event, because there will be an attendance form that is required for the participation certificate. And now let's move on to our next agenda, second topic presentation. To Ms. Insyirah Putri Gadea as our moderator, the time is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone. Bapak, Ibu, Sir, Madam, Mr. and Mrs. Welcome back to our workshop. Well, we will continue the agenda. This time, we will hear from Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua regarding the sustainability reporting in the Philippines and its research opportunities. I would like to welcome Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua for attending this workshop. And now I would like to introduce Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua. I will read his curriculum vitae first. Okay, Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua is an associate professor lecturer at Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He is a member of College of Accountancy and Finance. Currently, he is a PhD candidate in accounting at Gangwon National University in South Korea. His research area consists of ESG and sustainability, corporate governance and managerial practices, financial accounting and reporting. He obtained his education and Master in Accountancy at University of the East, Manila, and Bachelor of Science in Accountancy at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manila. He was formerly working as a professional at PricewaterhouseCoopers Philippines, Isla Lipana & Co. company. He has some certification like Certified Public Accountant, Certified Tax Technician, and CIPP UK Certified Payroll Professional. Well, without further ado, I will greet our second speaker. Please join me, Professor Kevin Troy Chua. Hello, are you there?
Good afternoon,
Okay.
everyone.
Good. afternoon to Mr. Kevin Troy. Such a honor to meet you. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I address you Professor Chua, or if you're inconvenient, you can inform me what should I call you?
Anything is fine. Professor Cho
Oh,
will be fine. Yes.
Okay, Professor Chua, it's fine. Okay, I just confirmed that you want to operate it by yourself, right?
Yes, I will be
The
sharing
screen.
my slides by
Oh,
myself. Yeah.
okay, then, are you ready for our presentation? Maybe you can try to share your screen. And you may deliver your presentation in more or less 100 minutes. So
Okay.
the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible, everyone?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, let me share my screen first. So, can everyone see my screen now?
Yeah, your screen is can be seen.
Okay. So thank you for having me this afternoon. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I am Assistant Professor Kevin Troy Chua from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And I'm part of the College of Accountancy and Finance. And as mentioned in the introduction, I'm currently here in South Korea. I'm pursuing my PhD in an accounting concentration. I'm soon to graduate by next year. I'm working on my dissertation. So if the heavens will be, giving me the blessing for that 1 year, I will be able to graduate by next year. So thank you very much for having me this afternoon. We will be having a very interesting part of a closer look in the Philippine reportorial requirements of sustainability reporting. And with the topic that we have today, which is the perspective of sustainability disclosure. So we will be looking on the sustainability disclosures and how it's being done in the Philippines. Actually, it's very nascent, it's very early. Not really that early implementation, but the Philippines is still, I could say, in its baby stages in terms of sustainability disclosures. We just started this formally in 2019, although a lot of companies have already been starting to report sustainability disclosures way back. But the formal implementation by the Philippines Securities and Exchange Commission only started in 2019. So today we will be looking on the Philippine reportorial requirements, and we will be having a closer look of what's really inside the sustainability reports, the sustainability disclosures being done by Philippine listed companies. Earlier, with Dr. Yabut as your first speaker, the main perspective of Philippine sustainability, as well as the agencies and the commissions that are responsible for Philippine sustainability, has been discussed with you. So now we will be digging deeper on what the reports actually tell us. And as academicians in this field, I would also like you to present the recent research that I had about sustainability reporting in the Philippines, and specifically its effect on the financial performance metrics, the accounting metrics of financial performance for Philippine listed companies. And we will be using that as a platform for us to discuss future research opportunities that we can do as accounting researchers, as academicians, and what can we get as research opportunities starting from that research. So allow me to start my presentation now. Okay. So for today, we will be having, as mentioned earlier, a closer look on the Philippine sustainability reports of Philippine listed companies. And we will also be discussing the research sustainability initiatives of Philippine publicly listed companies, and what are the research opportunities available for us academicians in exploring the intricacies of sustainability. And we also know it these days as ESG. Okay, so let's first have the first part, which is a closer look on the current sustainability reports of Philippine publicly listed companies. Maybe this was already also mentioned earlier by Dr. Yabut, but I want you to also see the current background of the reporting requirements for Philippine publicly listed companies. So in 2019, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission released a memorandum requiring Philippine publicly listed companies, as part of their annual reportorial requirements, for them to submit and release sustainability reports as part of their annual reports. So although the Philippines only started this formally in 2019, some Philippine publicly listed companies have already been preparing and releasing in their own company corporate websites sustainability reports. And actually, the format of reporting is based on how they want to present it to the public. However, in 2019, specifically in February of 2019, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission has released these SEC Memorandum Circular that requires Philippine publicly listed companies, as part of their annual reports, annual financial statements, to release these sustainability reports, also to answer the assessment and management of non-financial information, and for the public to know about how these companies do their sustainability efforts and sustainability initiatives. Now, currently, the triple bottom line of sustainability, which is we call the 3 Ps, which is profit, planet, or people, and we can also call it the EES without the G first, which is the economic part, in which what are the economic related activities that are being done by Philippine publicly listed companies as part of their daily operations, and how it affects not only the company's performance and profitability, but also how it actually affects the other two, which is the environmental part of sustainability and the long-term and short-term perspectives of corporate social responsibility. Well, way back, as we know it, even in the Philippines, sustainability, actually before sustainability, we have the thing that we call as corporate social responsibility. And that corporate social responsibility is being now integrated into sustainability. So it became a much more bigger perspective. And as we know it, it's not only in the Philippines, but also in the whole world, that we are now integrating not only corporate social responsibility, but also the interplay of the intricacies of sustainability itself in terms of the triple bottom line. Now, answering the ESG perspective of sustainability, and as we know it today, that it's much more known worldwide as ESG, we also have the part which is corporate governance, basically the stewardship of the company's management in managing the affairs of the entity, and basically the totality of how the firms work around in terms of sustainable development. So that's currently what is being required for Philippine publicly listed companies to be able to present in their sustainability reports. And as mentioned earlier, these reports should become part of their annual reportorial requirements to be submitted to the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission as part of the total requirements for Philippine firms every year. So now, I've mentioned earlier that those three, the triple bottom line, which is the economic, environmental, and social parts of sustainability in managing their key impacts of Philippine publicly listed companies. So in totality, what does the Philippine sustainability report really want to tell the public? So on a very in a very sense of totality in itself, they want to say that our company is a sustainable business. Before, when we still are not working on the concept of ESG and sustainability just only means being able to operate continuously. And as we know it in accounting, that's going concern. We only know sustainability in a sense that we just have to be able to continue operating. However, we also have our heart for the society. We also have our heart for the environment. So the totality now of the perspective of sustainability now rests on managing the key impacts on how our operations affect our own employees, and basically the internal and external factors that may come around in terms of our daily operations. That is what we want to look at in the economic perspective of sustainability. And also, how do these companies are able to manage their key impacts in terms of their operations and how it affects the environment? So that's the second key impact that these companies want to tell us in their in their sustainability reports. And lastly, the long-standing corporate social responsibility is now being integrated in these sustainability reports. So before, in the Philippines, what happens is we have the usual annual report and with the financial statements inside, and then a separate corporate social responsibility report. And some companies do that, some companies do not. And then if you are considering your own firm as like an environment sensitive company, then you can also release something about a report on how your operations impact the environment. They were not termed before as sustainability, but those reports, because the economic part is already given, that's our operations. So it's already included in the annual report. So actually, the three itself, economic, environmental, and social reports, were not being termed collectively before in the Philippines as sustainability, although some companies already are calling it way back as sustainability. But before the word sustainability came into play in the Philippines, these companies are already releasing separate environmental reports, corporate social responsibility reports. And now that we are now integrating it as one, which we call sustainability, then the triple bottom line of economic, environmental, and social reports and how these Philippine publicly listed companies manage their key impacts on those three facets, we are now calling it as the sustainability report. Now, in answering ESG now, we also conduct business in an ethical and responsible manner. That's why we also release our integrated annual corporate governance reports. And we will be talking about that later, why the Philippines have a separate CG report that is outside the sustainability report. Now, looking in the totality in this table, what do these reports want to tell the public? That our products and services are created in order to bring value to society. And that is our contribution to sustainable development. And that is the bottom line of the responsibility, or basically the responsibility of firms to report sustainable or sustainability reports, because they want to tell the public that it is their contribution to sustainable development. On a research perspective, we call that legitimacy theory, wherein we want to, I'll be saying it directly, it's like we want to look good on a public level perception so that these consumers will be considering us as a sustainable company that cares about the environment, cares about the society, and on based on that perception, more consumers will be buying from us, and basically the profitability will be better. Okay, so on a research perspective, we call that the legitimacy theory, but we'll be going through that later. So actually, during the first 3 years of the implementation, before there were recommendations for a revision of the sustainability reports, the first 3 years calls for an adoption of a comply or explain approach. So if you comply, you tell us what you did. If you cannot give us data, then you should explain. So that is what we call a comply or explain approach. That's why on a research perspective, many researchers have been doing a manual content analysis approach, wherein if a company discloses, they give it 1 point. If a company does not disclose, they give 0. And then you compute a index score for it, and that would be a proxy score for your independent variable in research. So that's how researchers do that. So the Philippines is not any different in those kinds of reporting style. We also do the comply or explain approach, where when you comply, you report what you did, and when you cannot report what you did or you don't have data about it, then you just have to explain. And actually, in the Philippines, the non-attachment of that sustainability report to the annual report is it's a call for penalty for these publicly listed companies, and you will be the annual report would actually be tagged as an incomplete annual report. So currently, later we'll be looking at it, but currently there are calls for revision of the sustainability report, but we can look first on the first few years of the implementation of these sustainability disclosures, which started in 2019. So the question is, why are Philippine publicly listed companies required to report their sustainability initiatives? We now put our perspective on the stakeholders. In research, in accounting research, we call this a stakeholder theory, where the company works around a network of stakeholders, and that we should be able to answer the needs and even the wants of these stakeholders, because we are working around a network of these stakeholders, and sustainability comes into play. Stakeholders provide greater attention on how firms impact the economy, the environment, and the society. So it's an answer to the needs and the wants and what the stakeholders and basically the general public expects of you as a company. And what are the responses of companies on the challenges that are included in sustainability? Now, a study made by one accounting firm in the Philippines tells that less than 22% in 2019 for Philippine publicly listed companies only report their sustainability performance. So if these stakeholders need information about the sustainability initiatives of Philippine publicly listed companies, but we only have a little percentage, say here 22% only, of these Philippine publicly listed companies report their sustainability reports or their sustainability initiatives, it's a call for our Philippine publicly listed companies to present their efforts, responsibilities, and initiatives on sustainability to answer the information needs of our stakeholders. Now, as mentioned earlier, while some firms were already reporting sustainability initiatives way before this formal requirement in 2019, many companies in the Philippines, as we can see in the percentage, some of them are actually at the baby phase, at the beginning phase of the implementation of sustainability. So there arises a need for answering stakeholder information. What information are needed by these stakeholders. So the sustainability reports are being asked formally from the Philippine publicly listed companies. That is the background why the Philippines stepped up in terms of reporting their sustainability performance as a company. Now, in line with the Philippine Code of Corporate Governance, it is also mentioned that firms should ensure that material and reportable non-financial sustainability issues are being disclosed. So let me quote you as I quote, the board should have a clear and focused policy on the disclosure of non-financial information. So for many years we have been focusing on financial information, and as accountants, that's our job. And we have been dealing with that for many years. And now there is a call for, understanding non-financial information, because the stakeholders also need those information. So with the emphasis on the management of economic, environmental, social, and governance issues of business, ESG, which underpin sustainability. In short, we should give information to our stakeholders, material and clear, reportable sustainability issues. So companies should adopt a globally recognized standard or framework in reporting sustainability and non-financial issues. So it's being backed up by the Philippine Code of Corporate Governance that we, as Philippine companies, should be able to present sustainability initiatives or a report that summarizes the sustainability efforts of these Philippine publicly listed companies. Now, what are the frameworks that are recommended for usage in the Philippines? So let me give you first a background of how these frameworks were actually chosen. So the triple bottom line accounting and sustainability efforts of firms are in line with what actually sustainability purports. So what is our definition basically worldwide of sustainability? It started in 1987 that the development, or let's say, for example, the development that meets the needs of the present, and it doesn't compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's how we define sustainability. So, sustainability reporting also benefits stakeholders interested in the organization's ability to create value over time. And not only creating value for themselves as a company, but we should include and consider the people working around us and working for us, the employees, and our external stakeholders like our customers, suppliers, investors, business partners, local communities, legislators, regulators, and policymakers. That's why I mentioned earlier that one of the theories being used in accounting research in explaining sustainability, and sometimes when you check it with firm value or financial performance, we are actually working around stakeholder theory, because we are working around a network of stakeholders here. And as we can see here, employees, customers, suppliers, investors, business partners, so on and so forth. So it's very important that we also give information about our sustainability efforts and how we take into consideration these people, both inside and outside the entity. So this promotes transparency as well as accountability for these firms in empowering stakeholders to make informed decision, and helps the companies manage any issues that they have and what are the impacts that their operations have on sustainability. And also not only the impact, but what are the efforts, what are the initiatives that these companies are actually doing in terms of sustainability. However, we also have to look on the perspective, like not really that negative, but we also have to look on the perspective that some investors are actually not interested about it. In a perspective that there are investors that are interested about your sustainability initiatives, and there are investors that says that I invested in your company, just focus on your operations. Why do you have to give time and effort for sustainability? So I can't really call that negative, but those are two perspectives on the standpoint of the investor. So what are the frameworks that are recommended for usage in the Philippines that collectively are being used to be able to present for Philippine publicly listed companies to present their sustainability reports? The main basis is the GRI. the Global Reporting Initiative Sustainability Reporting Standards. And if you're knowledgeable about it, we have the GRI indexes, the GRI 200, which is the economic side, the GRI 300, which is on the environment side, if I remember it correctly, and the GRI 400 series for the social part. We also use in the Philippines the International Integrated Reporting Council Integrated Reporting Framework. We also use the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board Sustainability Accounting Standards from the SASB and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So what internal and external benefits do we expect in reporting sustainability information for Philippine-listed companies? So we have here 4 of these internal and external benefits. So first, we can expect effective management of sustainability risks and opportunities. It also gives us the benefit of a sustainable vision, strategy, and business plans, in which sustainability is now part of the company's strategy. Their daily operations is already inculcated with sustainability, as well as improved management systems and even motivated workforce. More so that when people can see, or these employees can see that they're also being taken care of. Those are, I can motivate them in some way. And those are the internal benefits that we are expecting from sustainability reporting. And the external benefits include improved company reputation and brand value. So this is what I've mentioned earlier as the concept of legitimacy, that when we release the sustainability reports, so it gives us a more positive perception from the public. And then investor attractiveness, more stakeholder engagement, and even competitive advantage versus your competitors. If you can see, okay, as you can see here, the external benefits are more about consumer and market perceptions. As you can see, it's like if we release our report about how we take care of the society, how we take care of the environment, and what are the efforts economically that we are doing in considering our internal and external stakeholders, it rests on the concept of legitimacy, that we pose a positive perception of our business so that we can have more stakeholder engagement, we can have better competitive advantage than our competitors. So it rests more, the external benefits actually rests more on legitimacy, as we can see here, as part of the benefits of sustainability reporting. So we have 7 principles of sustainability reporting for Philippine publicly listed companies. And what does the sustainability reports should be, what qualities should it have inside? The number 1 principle is the principle of materiality. Like we use it in accounting, or materiality as how we know it in accounting is also how we have it in sustainability reporting, that the firm should report relevant topics that can potentially merit inclusion in the sustainability report. And you should only include those that can reasonably be considered important for reflecting the organization's economic, environmental, and social impacts that can influence the decision of stakeholders. So it's like you should be able to report relevant information that can influence the decisions of the readers of the sustainability reports. And that rings a bell. It's something that we also do in accounting. So sustainability reporting also rests on that perspective of materiality. The second one is stakeholder inclusiveness. So with the preparation of these reports, of these sustainability reports, these firms should provide insights into the nature and quality of the organization's relationships with its key stakeholders. So it's not just about reporting your efforts. It's not just about reporting your initiatives as a company in terms of the triple bottom line of sustainability. One thing that sustainability reports should also have is how you include your stakeholders in your daily operations. And when you report your sustainability reports, when you prepare your sustainability reports, how inclusive is it in terms of your stakeholders that you are working with? We've mentioned that earlier, the concept of stakeholder theory, that we are working with a network of stakeholders. So at what extent do companies understand that consider the needs and interests of our stakeholders? So those should also be seen in our sustainability reports. The third principle that is being required for sustainability reporting for Philippine publicly listed companies is the concept of balance. Without bias, firms should report information that shall reflect both the positive and negative aspects of the reporting organization's performance to enable a reasoned assessment of their overall performance. So, without any bias on any stakeholder, you should be presenting your sustainability report with integrity, that these are the things that actually happen, and it will give an opportunity for the readers of the sustainability reporting also to objectively judge the company's efforts and initiatives on sustainability. Fourth perspective, or the fourth principle, is the principle of completeness. Firms should take into account the extent of information disclosed and the level of preciseness, which might involve considering potential concerns regarding cost benefit, competitive advantage, and future-oriented information. So it not just only calls for you to report what you are doing, it should be complete as to the triple bottom line and how it affects cost-benefit analysis, the company's competitive advantage, and any information that is related or relevant in the company's future operations. The fifth principle is the principle of reliability. Firms should gather, record, compile, analyze, and report information and processes used in the preparation of the report in a way that they can be subjected to examination, and that establishes the quality and materiality of information. In a more subtle sense, the responsibility reports that the Philippine listed companies should be releasing should be reliable in a sense that even if it is being subject to scrutiny or examination, we are sure and we are confident that these information reported in the sustainability reports are reliable. Number 6, accuracy. Firms should also sufficiently and accurately detail information for stakeholders to assess the entity's performance. So more than completeness, it's much more important as well that all of the things that we report as part of our sustainability initiatives in the sustainability reports are also accurate. And the last principle includes consistency and comparability. And same as how we do it in accounting, we cannot achieve comparability if you don't have consistency. So the information in the report should be presented on a basis that is consistent over time, that enables analysis of any changes. You're being able to compare the organization's performance over time. It must also be presented in a way that enables comparison with other organizations to the extent that it is material to the organization's own ability to create value over time. That's why the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission recommended a format of sustainability reports so that it's not only comparable by itself over time, but it's also comparable with the sustainability initiatives of other companies and even compared with other industries. And we can only achieve that comparability if we have a aligned format in reporting the sustainability reports. That's why the SEC released a format that these Philippine listed companies should follow. So now that I've mentioned that Philippine publicly listed companies are required with a format, so what are the triple bottom line requirements in each of the economic, environmental, and social perspectives? What are the things that should be reported inside them? Okay. So the economic disclosures relate to how the company directly increases the pool of economic resources that flow into the local and national economy. And basically, when we're talking about the company's economic efforts, these are actually just much more related on the company's daily operations. However, we are very specific in the Philippine economic perspective of sustainability in that we have these three subcategories in terms of the economic part. Included in the disclosures are the risk and opportunities due to climate change, procurement practices with respect to local suppliers, and even anti-corruption practices. So we have your economic performance like direct economic value generated and distributed. This is the actual financial part that we know as accountants. So it's also being reported in the Philippine Sustainability Reports. And also climate-related risk and opportunities that can affect your operations. And then, are you actually spending on local suppliers? How do you actually help the local economy on that perspective? That is what we are reporting in the procurement practices part of the economic perspective. And also, in anti-corruption, we have the training on anti-corruption policies and procedures. Do you actually do training on the people inside the company about anti-corruption policies and procedures? And you also have to disclose if there are actual incidents of corruption that happened during the time of reporting. So those are the parts of the economic perspective of the triple bottom line of sustainability. The next one is the environment. So on the environment part, it's much more just about reporting the impacts of your operations in terms of the environment. So environmental disclosures relate to how the company manages the natural resources that it needs for the business. Basically, it's inevitable that companies would really be using these kinds of resources. So the Philippine reports should be able to present something about how it actually impacts the environment in terms of their daily operations, as well as how it minimizes the negative impacts to the environment and biodiversity, and the company's ability to access materials needed for its operations critical to their success. So how does the company operate in terms of their resource management? And specifically energy, water, and materials. And then ecosystem and biodiversity. So some terminologies are quite on the scientific side. And then the environmental impact of the operations in terms of air emission and solid and hazardous waste and effluents, and how does the company minimizes the negative impact of their operations in those specific impacts and any environmental compliance that the company is working on. Lastly, the corporate social responsibility part discusses how the organization manages its relationship with its stakeholders like the employees, customers, suppliers, and communities, the public, and the government. So basically, the social factor is quite on an extended perspective because it actually are rested on your internal employees and people inside the company as well as the stakeholders outside. It includes disclosures on issues related to human rights, access to quality of products and services, responsible business practices in marketing, customer privacy, and even data security. So we have here, as part of your social part, we have employee management. How do you hire employees and what are the available benefits? You should be able to report that. And then employee training and development. What are the training and development plans that are in place for your employees? And labor management relations. We also have diversity, equal opportunity, and anti-discrimination. How does the company minimize anything about discrimination? Something like that. Okay. And then the current workplace conditions, labor standards, and human rights inside the company. So we have these perspectives of occupational health and safety and labor standards and human rights. And then the company's discussion on their supply chain management, and also how the company relates with their community. And they should also have a part about the significant impacts on local communities of the company's operations and how it relates with the society. And also customer management. How do they manage customer satisfaction, health and safety of their products, marketing and labeling, and even customer information privacy, which relates also to data security. So those are the specific requirements in each of the triple bottom line that Philippine listed companies are required to present as part of their sustainability reports. So now we're always mentioning about environmental, economic, and the social part of sustainability. So in the Philippines, where's the G in ESG? Okay, so let's answer that question. The Philippine reportorial requirements for publicly listed companies actually requires a separate integrated annual corporate governance report, or we call it in the Philippines as IACGR. It is used as a tool to disclose the compliance of the publicly listed companies in the Philippines with the recommendations provided under our own code of corporate governance. And we also actually adopt the comply or explain approach in the IACGR. So the Philippine Corporate Governance Report also covers practices found in the, the more bigger one, which is the ASEAN Corporate Governance Scorecard. So it looks like this. The Integrated Annual Corporate Governance Report in the Philippines asks the following information. So depending on the recommended corporate governance practice or policy, the company will indicate if they are compliant or non-compliant with that recommended practice. And they should be able to provide a discussion and additional information about if the company should be able to provide additional information to support their compliance with the recommended corporate governance practice. If they are compliant, they are basically able to discuss the things that they have been doing. And an explanation in case of non-compliance. So, but actually the explanation part can also be used in terms of, additional things that you want to explain. But the explanation part is more commonly used in terms of non-compliance with a certain corporate governance recommendation. So that's our system in the Philippines. We put the G in ESG separately as a separate report, which what we call as the IACGR. So how do Philippine publicly listed companies also assess materiality in terms of the sustainability issues that they need to present in the sustainability reports? So we are looking on two facets. We have the influence of their operations on stakeholder assessments and decisions. And we also have to look basically and directly on the significance of their operations in economic, environmental, and social impacts. So if those two facets are highly important, then it's on a high priority to report. On the other side of the coin, if there is less influence on stakeholder assessment and decision, and it's less significant in terms of economic, environmental, and social factors, then it's on the low materiality matrix of sustainability issues. And maybe this is something that is not really should reported at the very least. And then we also have the following steps that the Philippine companies are using to assess materiality. So we look on the objective and scope. which is inclusion of the identification of relevant sustainability disclosures that will allow stakeholders if they really need those information or not, which leads us to the next step, which is an identification and categorization of any sustainability issues. And we should also be checking the level of stakeholder engagement and any information that we have that we need to prioritize that should be included in the sustainability report. And that's where we start our process review before we finally release our sustainability reports to the public and submit it to the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission. Okay, so this will actually not eat much of our time. I just want you to see actual sustainability reports that are being released here in the Philippines. So although I've mentioned earlier that the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission mandated a template for sustainability reporting, there are already firms who have been reporting and doing sustainability reports that are aligned with internationally recognized frameworks. Now, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission has actually mentioned that if your company has already been doing that, that is considered your compliance with the own reporting template of SEC. So in the Philippines, we are allowed actually to have our own company formatted sustainability reports. So I'll be showing them to you now today. Although this will not eat much of our time, I just want you to see how the actual report looks like. So we will be looking at Manila Broadcasting Company Sustainability Report, which will represent how the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission formats the sustainability report. And we have a company formatted sustainability report based on the sustainability report released in 2023, just last year, by Jollibee Foods Corporation. So allow me to stop share my screen first. I will be sharing another window. Okay, so this is the SEC style of the sustainability report, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission style of the sustainability report. This is from the Manila Broadcasting Company in 2021. So for the Philippine SEC style of the sustainability report, they are just being asked of the usual information about the company, and then they are actually being asked about how did you apply the materiality principle that we have discussed earlier? So the company should be able to explain that. And then it directly starts with the first facet of sustainability, which is the economic side. So this is so this part is actually much more on the financial side, as I've mentioned earlier, because the economic perspective of sustainability just actually relates to your daily operations, like your revenues, and then your they call it actually direct economic value distributed, but that actually relates to your costs and expenses. Okay, and then your management approaches in terms of the other impacts, risk identified with the climate change, so on and so forth. And then we are also being asked about procurement practices and how much do you spend on local suppliers. So let's say, for example, what is the percentage of procurement budget that is used for significant locations operations that is spent on local suppliers? So here we can see that this company is procuring 93% of their budget in terms of local suppliers, in which we can say that the higher the percentage here, it looks much better, I should say, because you are actually spending your budget for local suppliers in the Philippines rather than getting them somewhere else. Okay, so we can interpret it like that. And then also, as mentioned earlier, what are the company trainings available for anti-corruption, and if there are really incidents of corruption that has happened. So if nothing has happened, then you just put 0. And then on the environment part, it just asks you on some environmental specifics. like your energy consumptions in terms of energy consumption in terms of renewable sources, gasoline, diesel, LPG, and electricity, so on and so forth. And how are you able to reduce your energy consumption? That's also part of the report. And what are the efforts that you have been doing? What are the management approaches that you have been doing, and which stakeholders are actually affected by those company actions? We also have water consumption. What are the materials used by the organization? And do we have operational sites owned, leased, managed in places where there are high biodiversity values? So that's also being asked for Philippine companies. And any impacts of your operations on the environment in terms of these specifics in terms of GHG emissions, so on and so forth. And then lastly, we also have the social impact. This is the longest part of the Philippine sustainability report, wherein we report about your employees and the employee benefits that you provide. So the information that you provide to your employees as well. And some other things that can affect basically your employees and your external stakeholders. Do you have training and development for your employees and labor management relations, as we mentioned earlier? And then they're actually being asked about the percentage of male and female workers in the workforce. So as to promote diversity and equal opportunity for everyone. Workplace safety and standards. So much of the reports are just actually asking specifically about the entity's efforts on corporate social responsibility. And the last part of the report rests on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So what is the contribution of your operations in terms of sustainable development as aligned with the UN SDGs? Okay, like for example, what are the societal contributions? And then you have to pinpoint specifically where does it rest in the sustainable development goals. So that's pretty much how Philippine companies are reporting their sustainability reports. And this is actually the SEC style of reporting. So now I'll be showing you the Jollibee Foods Corporation style, which is their own sustainability reports format. Okay, so basically it also has a different cover, and then it looks like the annual report that we are used to, although this is much more additional information is being added because we also answer international metrics and guidelines. But if you will be looking at the end, they are actually are aligned with what the SEC is actually asking. Okay, so that's how we do our sustainability reporting in the Philippines. Now, for us academicians and accounting researchers, it's very important for us to look on these kinds of GRI content indexes because this can be our basis for putting the 1 and 0 points for the comply and explain metrics in our independent variables during research. And personally, I've been using this as one of the metrics where I can measure the sustainability initiatives of Philippine companies. So we will be discussing that later in our next part. And okay, I'll go back to my presentation now. So I have mentioned earlier that they announced, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission has announced a revision of the sustainability reporting guidelines that will consider other global frameworks. And maybe this has been mentioned earlier. IFRS S1 and S2, the general one and the climate related one. Okay. which will be fully aligned also with the recommendations of the TCFD. So under the revised guidelines, there are actually required two parts: the narrative itself and a more specific one, which includes your sustainability and climate related opportunities and risk as exposures, and then cross-industry standard metrics and the ISM, although they are actually currently in the process of development. So that's our current background in Philippine sustainability reporting. Let's now discuss research perspectives in sustainability. And I will also be presenting here the results of my research on Philippine sustainability and its effect on the financial performance of companies in the Philippines. And we will also be using that as a platform to discuss some research opportunities available for us academicians, more so for us in the ASEAN region. Okay, so allow me to start with the research that I had. So this was co-written by with my research advisor, Professor Byun Heong of Kangwon National University. So this is published in the Scopus listed journal Environmental Economics, Volume 15, Issue 1. So if you are interested in reading the main the content itself of this research, you can proceed to Business Perspectives, and you go to the journal Environmental Economics. This is an open access journal, so everyone can access this one. And I will be showing you the highlights of my research for today. Okay, so as a quick look on the results of this study, basically this is the abstract. So I started it with introducing that concerns for the environment and sustainability requires entities to contribute to societal development towards sustainable advancement. And I also introduced the concept of the need for information. So there is an increasing demand for high quality and reliable reports on sustainability related matters. So this paper actually looked on the impact of the company's sustainability initiatives being proxied by the reports that they did, or these companies did. So in terms of the measurement of sustainability efforts, what I used as a proxy is the sustainability reports itself. So in this research, the term Sustainability Reporting Initiative and Sustainability Initiative is the same. And how it affects the company's financial performance immediately on the same year. Now, the main framework that was used is the GRI reporting framework. And the accounting metrics that were used in this study is return on assets, return on equity, and both basic and diluted earnings per share. So we used 127 firm years from Philippine publicly listed companies. And then I started with the actual implementation of the SEC Sustainability Report in the Philippines in 2019. And due to data limitations, I was only able to get data until 2021 that time. Okay? Econometrically, we use random effects generalized least squares regression after doing a specific BPLM test to determine the applicable econometric model of regression to be used in this study. So the quick result shows that there is actually a negative relationship between sustainability initiatives and financial performance, which shows us that it is only more of a cost burden for firms rather than a value-adding initiative. But we will be talking about those two schools of thought later. Now, specifically on the triple bottom line, there is a positive relationship between economic reporting and financial performance. And that's quite natural because, as I've mentioned earlier, the economic part is actually your daily operations. So we're actually expecting that the economic part of sustainability will add positively or or the financial performance will positively be affected by your economic efforts. But there is a negative relationship between social reporting and financial performance, which shows us that within the samples that we have investigated, corporate social responsibility is maybe more of a cost for firms rather than a value-adding initiative. So this is actually, to the best of my knowledge as an author, this is the very first paper that investigated the implementation of the SEC format of sustainability reporting and the implications of sustainability initiatives on corporate performance in the Philippines. Although there are many studies about sustainability worldwide and its effect on financial performance, to the best of my knowledge, this is the very first paper that explored the SEC format of the sustainability report as a proxy for in measuring an entity's sustainability initiative. So this intended to, give us an opportunity to understand the dynamics of sustainability initiatives. So the background of this research is actually on the perspective itself of sustainability as answering our present needs without compromising how future generations would be able to meet their own capabilities for sustainability, or basically meeting their own needs. So I introduced it with Elkington's triple bottom line paradigm, which is, as we know it, the economic, environmental, and social dimensions of sustainability. So together with these sustainability disclosures, the financial statements also serves as a conduit for communicating an entity's performance and accountability for resources to cater to societal needs, preserve environmental integrity, and foster value creation. So what we want to understand here is that the financial statements of a firm and the sustainability reports together, when they mix together, when they're being served together, it actually gives us an opportunity to understand how the company is how the company becomes a steward to the resources that are being entrusted to them, both on its effects with sustainability itself and company performance as a whole. So in essence, sustainability efforts are actually being perceived as strategic instrumentalization of corporate operational performance, because these days it's actually inevitable that since stakeholders are expecting companies to be operating with sustainability in mind, we are now actually looking on the perspective that we need to intertwine, we need to mix together financial success with economic, environmental, and social responsibility. As mentioned earlier, while there are already numerous studies worldwide that has assessed already the impact of sustainability initiatives on firm value, financial performance, even growth opportunities like asset growth and sales growth, this is a pioneer study on the actual SEC sustainability report for Philippine publicly listed companies. And this specifically looks on the immediate implications of short-term profitability, represented by return on assets, return on equity, and basic and diluted earnings per share of Philippine publicly listed companies. So I introduced the theoretical grounding of this study in legitimacy theory. So what do we say first about legitimacy theory? We mentioned that earlier, that legitimacy theory rests on the public perception, a positive public perception of the entity. It highlights the significance of entities aligning with societal norms so that they can maintain a favorable and positive perception from the society. So we are using those reports as communication tools to stakeholders, and those sustainability initiatives and how we disclose them in the sustainability reports will be able to give us an opportunity to uphold a positive image of the conduct of the company. And that's where legitimacy arises, that we are branded as legitimate firms. The survival and profitability of entities rely on this concept of legitimacy, which drives efforts to convince the society that because of the sustainability efforts that we have, we can have a good impression to society. Now, although this has been discussed as one of the theoretical grounding of the study, the main foundation rests more on the need of stakeholders and the network rather of stakeholders that we are working with during our operations, which is termed as the stakeholder theory. Now, the stakeholder theory posits that companies exist within interconnected networks of various stakeholders, individuals, collective groups, and even other firms who can impact the firm or are being affected by how the firm operates. This underscores that managers should strive to create value not only for the company itself, but also for the stakeholders that they are transacting with, allowing a way to align interests with value creation. So, in stakeholder theory, we are actually putting sustainability in perspective in that we align both of the interests in serving the needs of our stakeholders as well as answering our own needs in terms of value creation. However, the term value creation not only exists with the company itself. Value creation is also needed in creating value for your other stakeholders, more so your employees and people working for you. So this theory contends that for sustained survival and continuous prosperity, the organization must secure the support of its diverse stakeholders, transcending mere profit motives. So the management must ensure that the expectations of the stakeholders are being answered accordingly and that their interests are also balanced. So that is the main theoretical grounding of this study. However, we have to take into consideration that we have two contrasting points of view. As we know it, sustainability would actually entail costs for firms. These sustainability efforts are actually, costly in some way. So these sustainability efforts can either be value destructing or value creating. So the value destructing perspective looks on sustainability efforts only as a cost burden for firms. And when it is viewed as a cost burden for firms, it has a negative impact on the profitability of a firm. Basically, when you look at the cost burden perspective, it's a cost for firms, and we directly deduct that as costs and expenses in the income statement. So the direct impact is on profitability. Also, it can lower down valuation because of investor perception. In a sense that, why are you spending more on sustainability when we invested in your company so that you can do well focusing on your own operations? Why are you dealing with sustainability? That's how we can put it. And also, it can hinder growth opportunities if you are looking more on answering sustainability. So that's what we can say as, the negative side of sustainability initiatives. Now, the positive one, the another POV is the value enhancing or the value creating perspective, wherein when we are doing these sustainability efforts, they are actually seen as value creating corporate initiative. It enhances a firm's financial performance due to higher number of consumers. And then it also affects valuation and growth opportunities. So these are two contrasting POVs that we can see. And later, we will be aligning our results with these two contrasting POVs. So I will not be discussing the totality of how the hypotheses were were developed, but the hypothesis rested on the positive side, that there is a positive relationship between the efforts of the company in terms of the overall sustainability initiative and its effect on financial performance. And then the other hypothesis also rested on the positive side, the alternative presentation, wherein there is also a positive relationship between economic performance and financial performance, environmental sustainability and financial performance, and social sustainability and financial performance. So we used a regression model, specifically random effects generalized least squares regression. So the model presented in front of you, so we have here the dependent variable FP, which is financial performance for entity I at year T. And then it's being regressed with SRI, which is the sustainability initiatives of a firm. And that represents the total score of sustainability. And then we also regressed it with individually with the triple bottom line: economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. Now we have used 4 control variables. Much as we want to add more control variables in this study, we have some sort of issues on data limitations in the Philippines because we don't have a sophisticated database to, answer those information needs. So actually everything in our data was hand collected. So we controlled it for firm size in terms of the logarithmic value of the assets, total assets. And then we have computed for the debt to equity ratio, which represents the company's leverage level, debt leverage level. And then the firm's age from the date of establishment and any percentage of block ownership. So higher percentage of block ownership or lower percentage of block ownership. And then to recognize the differences between industries. So we have included a dummy for industry, and also to because of the annual temporal changes that might happen, we also controlled a dummy for year. So that's our research model that we used for this paper. Okay, so I've mentioned them already. So we have here the economic, environmental, and social factors, and then the overall sustainability report. Specifically, they are actually expressed as scores. So we will be explaining them later, how we got that scores. And then the financial performance dependent variable is being represented as proxies for financial performance. We have accounting based metrics, which is return on assets, return on equity, and basic and diluted earnings per share. And then we have the control variables as I've mentioned earlier. The size, the logarithmic value of the total assets, debt to equity ratio, age of the entity, and percentage of block ownership. And then again, the dummy for industry and year. So due to data limitations and because of the nascent implementation of the sustainability reporting in the Philippines, we were only able to gather data from 47 listed companies from the first year that they were mandated by the Securities and Exchange Commission to submit sustainability reports. So this paper is very fresh in terms of the data because we started really when the sustainability reports were required, which is 2019. And then I started this paper in 2022. So the available documents that I was able to gather that time was 2021, with a total of 127 firm year observations from different industries. Later, we will be able to see the industries included in this study. All data were hand collected from the sustainability reports of companies that they uploaded on their website, or those sustainability reports that they submitted in the Securities and Exchange Commission that is downloadable from the Philippine Stock Exchange website. And then sometimes it's submitted together with the annual report. So sometimes it comes together with the annual financial statements. So everything were hand collected, even the financial data. Okay, so in this table, we can see what kinds of industries we are able to get for this study. So we have casinos and gaming, chemicals, construction, energy, food and beverage, holding companies, IT, media, mining, oil, property, retail, telecommunications, and transportation. We started with 150 firm year observations, and then some companies doesn't have available ownership structure information. So we deleted those firms as well. And then we have excluded banks and other financial institutions because of their different operational requirements. So we have final sample of 127 firms spanning 3 years. We have conducted, following other studies which investigated sustainability. So we followed other papers that used the manual content analysis. So we used the binary coding system in terms of the GRI. So as I've mentioned earlier, it's very important that we have the listing of the GRI indexes because it makes our work easier as researchers. So when a company discloses an item in the sustainability report, we give them a score of 1. And then if there is no disclosure for it, then it will be given 0. And that 1-0 scoring is transformed into an index score. So N over K. N is the number of score based on those indexes in GRI that they had 1. And then K is the total. So let's say, for example, if we have 30, for example, 30 indexes for economic, for example, but you are only able to give information or disclose information on 27 of them. So your index score would be 27 over 30 or 0.27. That's how we have computed those. And that has been applied on the economic dimension, the environmental dimension, and the social dimension. And we also have the total of everything, which is the total number of indexes from all, which is economic, environmental, and social. And then we also get the actual total score to represent the totality of the sustainability initiative of firms. So before going directly to the results of the regression, I want to show you the average sustainability index scores of Philippine listed firms. And surprisingly, this shows actually that in the first 3 years of the implementation of the mandated sustainability report, there exists actually an upward trend in the total sustainability index score for these entities. And we can see that here. For example, in the totality of the index scores, we started with 35.9, it increased to 38.51 and then 40.56. For economic, we have 30, 32, and then 33. For environmental, we have 34, 37 going 40. And for social, we have 39, 42, and 44. So we can actually see that the scores are increasing, which highlights that there is actually increasing efforts in the Philippines on their reporting of sustainability initiatives. And we can see that they're actually step by step complying with what the Securities and Exchange Commission mandates to give more information about their sustainability efforts, responsibilities, and initiatives. So I conducted first Pearson correlation before going directly with the research model of regression. So we can see here actually that the only significant one is the one with the environmental part, the one that I am highlighting here. So there is actually a negative correlation between environmental disclosure and financial performance, and that financial performance is represented by earnings per share. So this inverse association might mean that environmental efforts are more of a cost burden for firms that can affect their profitability. However, this initial Pearson correlation, they are informative, but they are not fully conclusive because they don't actually consider other control variables, and we only look at the correlation between the two of them. Basically the sustainability efforts of firms and financial performance without considering the control variables. So the next slides will be showing the actual results from our research tables. So here we have regressed sustainability initiatives with return on assets. So we can see here that the significant result is rested on the economic initiatives of a firm in terms of return on assets. So we can interpret this as economic activities of a firm is a value-adding activity for a company's financial performance, and specifically, this is being proxied by return on assets. It's significant at the 5% level. And then for return on equity, we can actually see that the overall efforts of companies in terms of sustainability has a negative effect on return on equity, which might mean two things. Which might mean that the totality of an entity's sustainability initiative might only be a cost burden for firms. Unlike here, earlier, in the economic perspective where this is a value-adding activity. But in the totality of the company's sustainability efforts, it's more viewed as a cost burden for firms that can affect their return on equity. And specifically here, we can also see that there is a significant result in the corporate social responsibility efforts of firms that is also being viewed more as a cost burden for firms that can negatively affect their return on equity. Now, I did not present here the tables for basic and diluted earnings per share anymore because they don't have any significant results in terms of the main variables, but I want to present the full model regression that regressed economic, environmental, and social perspectives altogether. And we presented with all of the variables of financial performance, which is return on assets, return on equity, and your basic and diluted earnings per share. So we can see here that consistently, economic efforts of sustainability is a value-adding corporate initiative for firms in terms of their return on assets, basic and diluted earnings per share in the full model regression. And for the corporate social responsibility efforts, it is being shown negatively, which shows us that social perspective of sustainability is more of a cost burden for firms that can affect their immediate financial performance. And as you can see in our analysis, and we will explain that later, why possibly there is no significant effect on the environmental efforts of Philippine-listed firms with their financial performance. So let's proceed to the discussion of how do we interpret these things. So first, we can see in this study that there is actually a contrasting relationship between the totality of the sustainability initiatives of firms and its effect on financial performance. And on the two schools of thought that we have presented earlier, maybe for Philippine firms in the samples within our study, it is more of a cost burden for firms that can hinder profitability. there is an increasing expectation for initiatives for environmental and social responsibility among Philippine entities. And because of those increasing expectation, this actually urges firms to report their sustainability endeavors and basically act on it in reality. And also, it's not just a mere call for them, but it is an imperative from not only it's on a legal mandate. Okay, Philippine firms are prioritized to do sustainability on the level of public interest because it is a legal mandate by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So the allocation of resources towards sustainability may exert pressure on them in the short run. That's why there might be a negative effect of acting on sustainability and its effect on profitability. It might impact them negatively more than an immediate positive effect. So the negative association between sustainability initiatives and financial performance can be attributed now. How do we now perfectly interpret it? Increased costs of actively pursuing sustainability endeavors. Because you are acting on sustainability efforts, because you are actually spending for you to be acting on these sustainability initiatives, it might hurt your short-term profitability. So it is more of a cost burden for firms rather than a value-adding corporate initiative. That's the results of the study. But looking on the three specifically, first with economic, I think it's kind of natural that when you act on your economic perspective, it would really add something, profitable for the entity. So focusing on economic sustainability initiatives will concentrate on the pursuit of economic advancement, and when we concentrate on the pursuit of economic advancement, then we can really see that the effect would be on a positive effect on profitability. Now, with social sustainability, it's actually a downward pressure on immediate profitability. These social sustainability initiatives, while crucial for long-term stakeholder relationships and reputation, it may divert resources away from short-term profitability goals. That's why we are considering it like maybe on short-term profitability, it's hurting the company's value. That's why it's a call for entities to adopt a more holistic approach to decision-making that they can balance answering social sustainability initiatives and normal operations so that these social initiatives will not hurt normal operations and basically it will not hurt profitability. So actually, on the third bullet point, the study doesn't show any significant association between sustainability initiatives and financial performance across all regression models. So we can interpret that the environmental efforts of these firms may not have an immediate impact on financial performance, at least within the 3 years of the studied samples. Now, what might be the reason for that? So, Yale University in the US has conducted their study on environmental performance index in measuring basically the economic impacts around the world. Actually, the Philippines ranked low, placing 158 of 180 because of poor waste management, deforestation, air pollution, which are contributing to the environmental issues of the Philippines. So the financial benefits of pursuing environmental sustainability initiatives might be nuanced for at least the firms in the sample, and maybe acting on the environmental perspective of sustainability might be needing a longer time frame to encapsulate the actual effect of environmental efforts on a company's sustainability. So that is actually an opportunity for future researchers as well to discuss that. In terms of environmental sustainability, maybe we have to look on a broader perspective or a larger time frame in order for us to understand the environmental perspective of sustainability and how it affects corporate affairs. So what are our, so now that I've started to mention future research opportunities, so maybe in terms of corporate sustainability itself, more than the comply, explain, and 1-0 approaches, we can also use alternative data sources, and we can be creative on creating other proxies that can measure ESG and sustainability. We can also use automated tools for text analysis rather than doing it like on the like how I do it before, which is hand collected data. And then we can also do surveys on our stakeholders. And then here, actually, my dissertation in Korea is also on ESG. We're actually using ESG ratings from the Korea Corporate Governance and Sustainability Association. So they release ESG ratings as well. So it's a good opportunity to use those third-party ratings as proxies for measurement of ESG and sustainability. And then we can also conduct in-depth case studies on exemplary ESG performance versus poor ESG performance to understand best practices as well as pitfalls of poor ESG performance. And we can also look on a qualitative accounting research on market reaction on ESG related events and how can it be explained on the concept of profitability and valuation. And then for financial performance, maybe we can explore rather than more than the accounting and valuation perspectives, because there are already a lot of papers worldwide with the themes of ESG, financial performance, firm value, Tobin's Q, ROA, ROE. It's a lot already in the accounting literature. So maybe we can also look on growth opportunities, or maybe the ones that are being used by other researchers like sustainable growth rate. We can also use that. Personally, for my dissertation, we're already using the three. We're comparing the three: accounting valuation, accounting metrics, valuation metrics, and growth metrics. So it's a good opportunity for us accounting researchers not to only look on short-term profitability, but to answer also market perceptions and market valuation, as well as growth opportunities of firms. And then future research could also explore different metrics like liquidity, leverage, efficiency, cash flow, market performance, operational efficiency, and other non-accounting metrics. And then the limitations of the study itself is a research opportunity that we can answer. Because we only used that time basically literally new sustainability guidelines. So it confines the depth of our analysis, so we can use maybe a longer time frame as well to have an improved research on sustainability and financial performance, and also bigger sample size, because we have only investigated 47 listed companies in the Philippines during that time of research. And then also additional research opportunities that we can explore are the efforts and challenges in harmonizing international sustainability reporting standards and how it impacts the global level of the markets. And we could also do researches on different industries. Personally, my dissertation is an industry level perspective. We investigate high technology and low technology firms. We investigate also the financial industry. We investigate consumer sensitive and environmental sensitive industries. So my dissertation is actually a multi-sectoral or multi-industry analysis of ESG. And then we could also analyze the benefits and challenges of integrated reporting. What's the effect actually? What are the real effects of combining information in terms of financial information and sustainability information? And do they really go together in terms of the needs for stakeholders' needs for information? And we can also develop methods to assess and measure corporate greenwashing. You know, the term corporate greenwashing, are we only making it look good on the eyes? of our investors in terms of our environmental efforts. That's what we call corporate greenwashing. And we can also explore new metrics for measuring sustainability performance, particularly on the aspects of social and governance factors. We can also study the effectiveness of different communication channels in conveying sustainability information to various stakeholders, more so that we are not only we are in the age of technology, so social media is one of the biggest factors that we can also convey information to our stakeholders. And then we can compare sustainability accounting practices between SMEs and large corporations. So basically, we can also do a comparative study between small companies and large companies, and how does ESG differ between them. And investigate also the impact of sustainability accounting on corporate strategic planning and decision-making process, although we have to be, a bit creative with the proxies that we'll be using for us to measure those kinds of things, and a case study on successful sustainability accounting practices. So in conclusion, our field in accountancy is dynamic by itself. And incorporating it with sustainability gives us an opportunity as academicians and researchers to be able to have a broader perspective of these things and add more studies about it that will be critical in advancing both academic knowledge, bridging it with practical applications. By exploring these innovative metrics, improving reporting standards of sustainability, and integrating those efforts into financial decision-making, we're able to drive meaningful progress towards business practices that's sustainable. So altogether, our efforts in research can shape a more transparent, accountable, and sustainable future for everyone and for all of our stakeholders. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I think we have a Q&A portion, so I'm also now opening the floor for your questions. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Chua, for the insightful presentation. Well, before I open the Q&A session, I would like to remind the participants, please raise your hand if you have any questions. Don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question. And I will also read the question in the chat room after that. Beforehand, maybe I want to ask Professor Chua by myself. Let's consider it as a warming up question, right? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, it is so interesting because I already write my question before I know that your result of research is about cost burden, right? Cost burden. Okay. Well, I want to know that do the companies in the Philippines already aware and concerned about the UN SDGs or about the sustainability initiative to achieve the maybe about climate change? Yeah, it's so important about climate change, about the net zero emission target. So do the companies in Philippines already aware or not yet? So what's the role of government or policymakers in the Philippines to encourage the companies to conduct the sustainability initiative in order to comply the sustainability report? Maybe you
Okay.
can.
Okay. Yeah, actually, in terms of the UN SDGs on sustainability in the Philippines, actually the companies are already well aware about it. And as mentioned earlier, as part of our reporting requirements, as mandated by the Securities and Exchange Commission in the Philippines, the UN SDGs are actually part of the final part of the sustainability reports. And even before, that these are sustainability reports are mandated, the Philippine companies are actually increasingly knowing about these UN SDGs even before the implementation of the mandated sustainability reports. Now, specifically for the legal mandate of the Securities and Exchange Commission in imposing these regulations for Philippine publicly listed companies, because of the requirements, the reportorial requirements for Philippine listed companies, the companies are increasingly being knowledgeable about answering those sustainable development goals by the UN. So, and again, as part of the reportorial requirements, they're actually being required to present it as part of their sustainability reports.
Okay. Maybe there are a reward or punishment. You said earlier that there are penalty, right?
Yeah.
For public listed companies, maybe which is don't comply. Some companies don't comply the sustainability report. May I know what's the penalty?
Okay, as far as I know, the penalties include like something like financial penalty as well. So yeah. So sometimes I'm aligning it also with the penalties with the other reportorial requirements in the Philippines. Like for example, also with the non-submission of the annual integrated corporate governance, there's also a financial penalty that you have to pay as well. So these penalties are actually being imposed for firms on a financial level, actually, that they have to pay something if they don't comply. So non-compliance would actually involve those kinds of punishments.
Okay, then. And maybe one more question. I would like to ask about the framework of the SEC format sustainability report. Which framework is adopted in the SEC format report? Is it different from GRI or TCFD or SASB or another? Maybe it's
Actually,
different.
actually, the SEC formatted it that way, but they are in line with the frameworks of GRI, of SASB, the Task Force for Climate Change, and then the IARC. So it's a collective, they use a collective of these indexes and disclosures. And then the SEC has transformed it into our own format in the Philippines, but they're actually in line with the global level of disclosures.
Okay, okay then. Well, maybe I will shift to the Q&A session. Wait. Is there any question from anyone here, the participant? If you want to ask directly to Professor Chua, you can raise your hand. Or, okay, we will wait. Oh, there are, okay. Okay, there is a question from Rizka. Yeah, from Mrs. Rizka. Greetings, sir. I want to ask about the ground theory about sustainability accounting. If I want to associate it with firm value, Tobin's Q, what do you suggest? What kind of theory that I have to use to test it? Okay, maybe you can answer it.
I just want to clear what do we refer to ground theory? Are we referring to ground theory as the more open or more general approach of sustainability reporting? Are we I just want to clear that ground theory before I answer the question. Are we referring to the more open and general approach of sustainability in terms of the ground theory? Is that what are we talking about here?
Okay, Mrs. Rizka, maybe you can help to make it clear. What kind of ground theory do you refer? Okay, wait. Okay, if there is no response, maybe you can give your opinion
Okay. If we put ground theory into perspective, it means a more open and more general approach to sustainability reporting. Now, if you want to associate it with firm value, what kind of theory do you have to use to test it? So usually we can actually follow, because if we are putting ground theory in the perspective that we are on the more general, more open approach to sustainability, then we can actually follow previous papers that investigates ESG and sustainability with firm values, specifically Tobin's Q. There are a lot of papers about it already. And most of these papers are using stakeholder theory, because firm valuation is, as you know, it's a market level metric. So we involve actually stakeholders more, most especially the investors who need sustainability information for that. So if you want to use other theories, maybe we can also use the resource-based theory as well, because we can use the resources that is inculcated in sustainability and how it affects firm valuation. But I would recommend the usage of stakeholder theory as well in in explaining the association between sustainability and firm value. And a lot of papers have already used that theoretical grounding in explaining sustainability and firm value. So I think that's a good starting point for you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Okay, is there any question? Okay, if there is no question at all, maybe I will say thank you for Professor Chua for your time. I'm ensure that participants will gain a lot of valuable insight from you. Before I close this session, let me briefly summarize some points of this session. Well, first, the background of sustainability report is come from the triple bottom line, 3P, and of sustainability for public listed companies, name internal benefits and external benefits. Sustainability report can enhance the management system or business model, as well motivated workforce, and can arrange the vision and strategic related to sustainability activities. Meanwhile, for the external benefits, sustainability report can attract investor and strengthen stakeholder engagement, and can improve the company reputation and brand value due to their responsibility business operations. Next, the principle of sustainability reporting should consist of materiality, stakeholder inclusiveness, balance, completeness, reliability, accuracy, and less consistency and comparability. The last one is the sustainability initiative can either be cost burden, value destructing, or value enhancing. It means value creating. Well, as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we prepare a certificate of appreciation for Professor Chua. On our behalf, here is the certificate, and we award it to Professor Chua. Okay, thank you so much once again, Professor Chua, for your time and contribution to this event. I look forward to seeing you at any next event. Okay, we have heard from two amazing speakers who have given us different perspective and insight on this workshop. So I hope you enjoy this event and gain valuable insights. I would like to thank you once again for two speakers for their knowledge sharing. And I'd like to thank the participants because the interesting Q&A session. Thank you for your involvement. And finally, it's come to an end. I hope you learned something new and meaningful from this workshop. See you again at any next event. Now, I will hand it over to the MC. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Insyirah Putri Kadea, SAMA, for moderating today's event. And we have now completed the delivery of both the first and second presentation. And I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Fermin Antonio del Roslio Yabut, CPA, PhD, and Mr. Assistant Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua, CPA, CPP, CPP, as the speakers for sharing their invaluable insights with us today. And the next agenda is closing remarks by the Chief Executive of Workshop and Guest Lecture in Digital Accounting 2024. To Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, SAAK, MACA, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of undergraduate program in accounting Universitas Negeri Surabaya and the organizing committee, I am delighted to deliver this closing remark on the success of the international workshop on sustainability accounting, which were held virtually. The committee successfully hosted the event as the workshop was delivered with minimum technical issue, and I believe that during this day we have all had insightful interactive discussion and good chance to share the insight of research. And finally, I would like to express our gratitude to Dean of University of Santo Tomas, Professor M. Pleu, and Chairperson Department of Accountancy, Professor Noel A. Bergonia, who have contributed their best assistance in ensuring the success of the event, and to our keynote speaker, Professor Fermin Antonio del Rosario Yabut, and Professor Kevin Troy M. Chua for his exceptional presentation. Thank you, Professor. And all parties who have contributed their best efforts and assistance in organizing the event and ensuring the success of it. I do hope that the International Workshop on Sustainability Accounting is able to impact all of us to greatly foster and empower the society through science and technology from sustainable innovation. And please keep in mind that we have next conference, International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting, IESPA 2024 afterwards. This event will be held on the 4th of September 2024 by presenting 4 speakers from the University of Nottingham, UK, University of Essex, UK, and Union Answay Business School, Australia, and hopefully soon following speakers from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Please do join the conference. To conclude, thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in the IESPA 2024. May God protect and bless us abundantly. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you.
Thank you, Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, SAAK MACA, for the closing remarks that have been delivered. And I would like to inform all participants to fill out the attendance form at the chat box that will be sent by our committee before it officially closes. And the next event is a documentation session. So all participants, please turn on your camera and use your best pose. Okay, I will start the photo session at the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you for the participants for the documentation session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we approach at the end of our event. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all lecturers, speakers, and participants of the workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024, who have participated in the series of the events from beginning into the end. Hopefully, this event will provide valuable benefits and impacts for all participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am Prestika as the Master of Ceremony. Would like to thank you once again for your presence and engagement throughout this event. And it has been an honor and a privilege to guide this workshop and guest lecture in Digital Accounting 2024. See you at our next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.